Alright, welcome back, people. Yesterday, in Yakuza 5, we had the opportunity, our lucky days though, had the opportunity to meet, uh, Kaguya, the hostess, Kaguya, and, she was the one that was featured in Himura's, like, Mind Palace segment with Saejima. So what did we learn about Kaguya? Well, uh, she's very direct. Um, Definitely want to marry a rich person. She has double standards about being lackadaisical versus someone who's very productive. She's kind of a shut-in, but mainly because it's cold outside. Does born and raised in Sapporo. Has huh? Didn't learn too much about her, huh? She went to Kamurocho. She's really concerned about money, or she likes making money. But the main thing about her was that her parents are very well to do, but she wants to break from that and make it out on her own. Yet she has an incredibly unmotivated sense of self. Besides, kind of not really light a fire under her butt, but more nudged her in a way of not giving up. And she wants to be a newscast. No, wait. That's Honoka. Uh, Kaguya wants to. She had an audition. Wait, was she the newscaster? No, she's not the newscaster. It's Hanako. Hanukkah. She was auditioning to be a model so that she can finally make money so she can break away from her parents. And her parents try to uh arrange a marriage for her, which she rejects because she doesn't want to go back. So it was like a make or break it moment for her. Hanako, Akiyama's hostess, got to know her a little bit. She wants to be a newscaster. She's overly concerned about her Kansai accent because newscasters typically have a Kanto accent, or like I guess what they consider traditional, the national Japanese. And she's open to encouragement, but not really a lecturing type of person. She's very young. She goes to college, or still, yeah, she still does go to college or the university. And have, oh, she likes to people watch. That was her hobby. She likes the. We had a long digression yesterday about talk the talk and walk the walk. She has a double standard because she likes talking about herself, but rarely is she a person of action. But that's kind of fairly reasonable. Uh, yeah, not much more. Oh, she likes to. She does gaslight people though. She thinks she's impatient. Yeah, I'm not sure if I recall any more. But a current conflict. We're about to. Are we about to find out the current conflict? No, it's like slightly below C. Is that really the case? Okay, I guess we're going back. Uh, Next to Club Shine. Is 4 Shine. Actually, I've got Club Prime is the name. Let's see. Is 4 Shine still up here? In this one? No, no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, the main thing is oh, and the really big thing is she's trying to look for she's auditioning for a job, but she doesn't know if she wants to aim lower as a plan B by looking for a position in Osaka or go for the Hail Mary pass in Tokyo. And we kind of nudged her. I mean, the obvious choice, in my opinion, with enough time is both, but go big or go home kind of deal, I suppose. Let's find out. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. We did trigger it. So we did tap on C. It's just there's a little gap there. So we're supposed to wait to hear her first. The date. And then we'll see what happens to her. Iwao Bridge, of course. The happening one. If she was a true edge mistress, she would pick Bishamon Bridge, but you know, Iwao Bridge, so mainstream. All puns intended. Yeah, I don't. Oh, she likes appropriate for a aspiring newscaster. She likes movies. She really, oh, I forgot. Kaguya really likes martial arts. That's a whole different thing. Honoka. Fried foods? I think it's fried foods for Honoka and any like meat. Is I really into meat? Just like any meat in general. And she absolutely likes fried food. Or have a guilty pleasure for fried food, I guess. I just walked past her, didn't I? Yep. I keep calling her Hanako, but it's Honoka. I keep mixing the two vowels. Yeah, Honoka. Okay. Alright, time to walk. Let's see what she says. I've been visiting Osaka for work for some time now. I'm still not used to the city. Really now? Yeah. I'll crash at my office overnight, and when I stumble outside half asleep in the morning, the signage wakes me right up. Huh. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Around my house, there's nothing but other houses. It's super boring. I stay overnight in my office in Tokyo often, so I'm really never had an opportunity to live in a quiet residential neighborhood. That ain't good. No matter how busy you are, if you don't try to get back home, you're gonna wind up becoming a workaholic. Perhaps. Yeah, okay, I figured as much. You're absolutely right, I'm different. Making time to go home is hard. Excuse? Disagreement? Sure. You're absolutely right. I know it's not a good habit, but I haven't really developed an attachment to a home. So, here's the thing, right? If he hasn't developed an attachment to home, then it wouldn't be a good habit to develop in the first place. But if he does have a deficiency with a need to be attached to home and developing a habit that takes you away from that, then that would constitute as not a good habit. So what she's doing is she's somewhat being very compassionate, but also being ignorant at the same time. She, with good intentions, she's assuming that Akiyama has the same priorities that she has. Why not? I figure a guy like you should be able to drop the cash to buy a house or two. Again, priorities. Actually, I was homeless at one point in my life. Nice throwback. What? For real? Yeah. I know that you don't need a home to live. There are more important things in life. Again, conflict of priorities. Oh, that's some deep stuff. Maybe my own perspective on life would change if I gave living like that a shot. That's wonderfully mature, actually. Without a doubt. I wouldn't recommend it for a girl, though. That's slightly sexist, but fair enough. Akiyama, again, has good intentions. So is Honoka, right? You must be the only two here who came to Sotenbori on a date. Really? I don't think so. I've seen plenty of couples since we showed up. That sounds more reasonable. The only two in Sotenbori? No way. But ain't that just tourists? Or maybe clients out with a hostess? This ain't a place folks usually come to on a date. That's confirmation bias. Oh, really? As a tourist spot, it's the heart of Osaka, but other than being a place to eat till you drop, ain't much else going on here. There are more fashionable places for shopping, and if you're gonna go out to an arcade or a karaoke, there are other places for that too. I mean, that's the same argument for Sotenbori, but alright. As long as I'm with you, want to go somewhere else? I see. The locals don't come here much. I haven't been here very long, so it hasn't lost its charm for me, but I guess it's different for you. It ain't like that. I like this neighborhood, and there's nowhere better if you want to find a ton of tasty stuff to eat. That's some mixed messages, diverting. Okay. Here's a slight deep cut. We'll call it a hot take. A slight hot take in conversationalism. When you negate someone's suggestion because they're attentive, it comes off as negative most of the time. In order to encourage active listening and promote openness, you can confirm and then elaborate. So, for example, instead of saying it ain't like that, I like this neighborhood, it's like, oh, I understand. I can see that. And I like this, just to add, I like this neighborhood. And there's no way better. So, instead of saying, just negating what Akiyama said out of a point of compassion, so you're contradicting, right? And that usually comes off as someone correcting someone, and it often leads to more corrections and counter argument, and it makes you it lowers your charisma points dramatically. I definitely agree with you there. Plus, with school and work, I don't want to go too much out of the way. Dozenbody is perfect. I'm relieved to hear that. I don't know a thing about anywhere outside of Sotenbori, so I would have no idea where to take you out to eat. Akiyama confirmed, constantly confirming, so naturally he would be the person that appear far more charismatic than Honoka. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't gotta worry there. I'm the one leading you around today. You just relax and enjoy Osaka. That sounds good to me. Yeah, so Akiyama is always, to some extent, agreeing or making compromises. But Hanako is constantly contradictory all the time about her. So it makes her very, she did this a bunch of times, especially gaslighting the player, like breaking down the fourth wall. Some of the choices, when you pick them, she intentionally and directly gaslight the player. And that's a big red flag. That's an incredibly big red flag, especially if you're in an industry that requires being very compromising and encouraging. The view is really terrific here. Wait, are they on Bishman? Yeah, they're on Bishman Bridge. The Edgelord Bridge. And see why the people of Osaka love this river. Yeah, this... I'm still gonna slightly give the nod to Nagasaki in Fukuoka. But yeah, the river is pretty nice. Although in this game, the water animation, oof, leaves a little bit to be desired. Don't worry though, Dragon Engine's got it covered later on.
Huh?
Huh? Don't you think it's remarkable? Civilization and nature existing side by side like this? The river has seen the whole city grow around it. What are you talking about? This is a man-made canal. It ain't a natural river. No way. Why does that matter? But, of course, Honoka insists on negating the sentiment and then sent for clarification. That's why the Bodhi in Sotenbori means some guy built it hundreds of years ago. It's kind of an interesting trivia. Oh, okay. And I'm pretty sure I forgot what the reference city's name is. And I think it has that syllable in it too. What was it? Yeah. Doton Buddy. Anyhow, I heard they cultivated pearls in order to keep the water clean. Apparently the shellfish purify the water. That's interesting. Maybe you could dive in and fetch me a pearl. Maybe you should stop talking about yourself. Wow, they really planned every detail in making this river, didn't they? I mean, it's quite beautiful. Like the way the city flanks this river. Day was super fun. All right. Here's the thing. So the event's gonna come up. It's usually after the date. Did I inconvenience you? Well, not in the least. I blew off work and came running to see you. A cough? Oh no. Whoa, hey, are you okay? It's your fault, Akiyama-san, for saying weird things. Make sure you get your work done. Yes, ma'am? I'm gonna head home now. What the... She did mention that, wait, I think Honoka is the one that believes in astrology? Or something, and her month, and she said that she's prone, they mentioned the split personality. That kind of seemed like a split personality, although it's just that's a whole another rabbit hole about astrology. But man, been getting a lot of spam for online dating sites lately. Some days they're over 100. It's crazy. I wanted to email you sooner, but it takes so long to delete all the junk. No, she's not the one that doesn't respond to emails. It was Kaguya. Or like do things immediately. Why don't you change your email? Actually, it was me. Sure. That seems reasonable, I guess. There are most definitely ways to circumvent the whole spam thing. But, Honoka doesn't strike me as a character that would have pragmatic solutions to things. Or be open to pragmatic solutions. Not that that response, I don't think really affects any interactions. In the previous game, in Yakuza 4, they wrote follow-ups in the, if you go back to meet them, they wrote follow-ups and introductory reactions to your responses to the emails. Not so much here. Alright, here we go. Got the second business card. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's throw a gold champagne. Interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a special animation for it. Fancy. We saw the champagne tower in the Mine Palace segment. Okay. Oh yeah, she's juggling a lot and she's pushing herself very hard to juggle all the things. I think that's her. But she's pushing herself because she has no goal in mind. She's not a goal-oriented person. So, I mean, she's kind of self-gaslighting herself too. So she's pushing incredibly hard, neglecting potentially her own health, which I think now it looks like with the coughing and stuff, it looks like that is her life lesson here, where she's pushing herself aimlessly for a nondescript, non-determinate goal in mind, and she's using that as an excuse to ignore any advice from anyone. So it's kind of one of those things like you fail to live in the present, set immediate goals in order to guide oneself to an overarching goal. Instead, you work as hard as possible, but tell yourself that you don't work as hard if you set immediate goals. That was one of the things that stuck out. She said that if she sets goals, she won't work as hard, and she becomes complacent. I think that's her. Pretty sure it's her. A job hunting seminar?
勉強会とかとちゃうで。現役のアナウンサーがトレーニングしてくれて、面接のテストまでしてくれんねん。
Okay.
アナウンサー志望やったらほぼ必須やからめっちゃ人気なんやけど、なんとか最後の会に参加できたんや。
Okay. I didn't know they had things like that. Was a good experience for you?
それがな。
ひょっとして
Did it go well?
実はそうやねん。なんでわかったん？
I mean, you are very teasing, I guess, and smiling, so yeah.
たく
By looking at your face, you've been grinning ear to ear this whole time.
ほんまに？うちちょっと今テンション高いねんから許してや。
I'm just in a pretty good mood is all. Oh. If I had $1, if I had 100 yen for every time she contradicts you for having compassionate intentions, we could probably get some pretty decent sushi by now. I don't mind it in the least.
そのセミナーな、見込みあるって判断されると上級セミナーってのに進めんねやけど、うちもそこに残ってしもて。
Okay. So that confirms that it went well. I mean, why was it necessary for her to say I'm just in a good mood? Okay. Well, how about that? Guess that shows you that what having good enough confidence in yourself can do.
せやんな。ここで残れへんようやったらもう諦めよう思ってたとこやったからほんま安心したわ。
Youth.
そのセミナーで教えてくれはった人も大阪出身の人でな、うちの発音聞いて頑張ってますねって言うてくれはったんやで。
Keep at it.
そうか。
This advanced seminar is your chance to give it all before time for the real deal.
そうやね。こうなったらあんま調子崩したないから店にもあんまり出んようにした方がええかな。
そうだよね。
It's a critical time for you. Taking some time off might not be a bad idea. Oh no, Akiyama. She's gonna contradict you.
そうやね。ちょっと店長に相談してみるわ。
Oh, interesting. A little bit more conservative than no, but I could fall behind and etc. You know, I don't remember these questions. Oh, we did food, so that's probably the last one. And TV was, it was something about, she talked about stand-up comedy, but, her hobby was the people watching thing. Romance. There might be one more choice for romance. Let me see if I remember.
何それ？どういうこと？
We did the how many men you dated in delusion. So, disillusioned is the talk to talk, walk the walk thing. How many men have you dated? She had too many to count, and then she like, she has trouble saying no, so she just likes to be nice, which fair enough. So ideal date. Did we ask that? I don't remember we
あ
asked
の
that.
さ、
遊園地。あー、で
Oh,
も
this
男の
is
人と
new.
一緒に行くと面倒やからデートではあんまり行きたないかも。
Amusement park, huh? Oh, except going with a guy would be a pain, so on second thought, maybe not. Great. That's alright.
Huh?
What do you mean? Why going with a guy a pain?
男の人ってすぐどこ行こう次はあれ乗ろう言うてやかましいやん。こっちはもっとベンチにでも座ってゆっくり雰囲気を味わってたいねん。
That is so sexist, but you know, 2013 Japan, fine, I suppose.
なるほど。
I see. I suppose us men are fans of roller coasters and other thrill rides. Sitting on a Ferris wheel just looking at stuff is boring.
せやろ？女の子とやったら行ってもええかな。
I mean, then go with a girl. No one said yet. Okay. But, that's not C. Akiyama's just being nice and understanding. But alright, confirmation bias ahoy.
なんか秋山さんと話してると調子狂うわ。
Oh yeah, how narcissistic of you.
Eh?
Oh, why is that?
秋山さん話おもろいからついつい聞き手役に回ってしまうことが多いねん。
Okay.
なんで？
And that's a bad thing?
うちほんまは自分が会話の主導権握ってへんと嫌やねん。
そうか。
I see.
ほんでな、自分の思う通りのオチに会話を持っていきたいねん。せやから途中で話に割り込まれたりそらされたりするのが嫌いやねん。
Okay.
Eh?
Really? Now that I think about it, I feel like I've butted into our conversation a lot without realizing it. That's Akiyama being agreeable. But then she's going to... I mean, she's like gaslighting hard, but...
秋山さんの場合、話がおもろいからそれでも気にならへんのや。他の人やったら絶 対そうはならへんもん。
Yes, you are the person that is being reasonable here, and you are a delight and a treat. To it is Akiyama's privilege to be here with you.
え
Right.
うちせっかちやから基本的に自分の思い通りにならへんとすぐイライラしてしまうねん。
I bet your life is going to be filled with so many disappointments.
せやけど秋山さんと話してると逆に他人の思い通りに転がされるのも悪ないなって最近思い始めてるんや。
Well, there's a silver lining after all. That's the point. You like it, don't you? That's going too far. That's the point. It's the same with my work. I like to give people a chance and then see how they act upon it.
そうそうめっちゃそんな気するわ。
いや
All I do is give them that chance. I don't know how things will turn out from there. How it ends up depends entirely on the other person. That's a perspective Honoka does not understand yet.
ふーん。ほな全部が全部秋山さんの思い通りってわけでもないんやね。
If it did, life is very pedestrian then.
さあね
Of course not. If I could do that, then I'd be like the Buddha keeping the Monkey King trapped in the palm of his hand. Oh man, what a coincidence. Yesterday I had a digression in Yakuza Like a Dragon about the series. Whenever they have Chinese sprinkled in, like the Chinese conflicts and stuff, they made a Three Kingdom reference here and there with like weapons and stuff just to throw in for flavor. But where's my Monkey King? Well, there's I imagine I missed one or two references here and there, but hey, I got my Monkey King reference right there. What a coincidence. It was just yesterday.
そういう例えがすぐに出てくるところがほんま秋山さんすごいわ。
Youth. I think we got to TMI. No, we didn't get to TMI yet. We might have. Maybe once.
うちんこと？ね、
Oh, we asked about her weakness, and she said impatient. And she basically, I basically said like, well, from our conversations, right? It didn't seem that way. And she's like, no, you're lying. I'm like, okay. Gaslight harder. Favorite part of your
そ
body?
れじゃあ
うちね髪の毛に自信あんねんで。
Okay. That was a quick answer.
めっちゃツヤツヤでサラサラやねん。シャンプーの CM にも出れるくらいやで。
All right.
え
Wow. I kind of want to feel it now.
今はガチガチに固めてるから触ってもようわからん思うで。
That's fair.
うちの本気の髪の毛に触れるのはプライベートで会える人だけや。
I see.
そうか
And now I'm jealous.
うちなテーマパークめっちゃ好きやねん。ほっといたら毎週行ってるくらい。
Okay. Yeah. She did mention her ideal date. Well, I guess not her ideal date, but she inadvertently mentioned how much she likes amusement parks. Do you go on dates? Oof. Yeah, that's just playing. Uh,
そう
That's
か
amazing. I guess you must have dropped a lot of money on an annual pass.
もちろん余裕で元取れるくらい通ってるで。
Oh yeah?
え
Really? I didn't know there were people who liked them enough to go that often.
せやけど今年はまだクリスマスのショー見てへんねん。このままやったら見る前に終わってまうわ。
Okay.
そうか
That's a shame. You should go soon. I take it you're busy lately.
ずっと学校が試験期間で忙しかったし今も毎日シフトで全然遊びに行かれへんねや。
あのさ、
Can you take time off work? A lot of girls work here, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to take just one day off.
そらあかんわ。12月は一番の稼ぎ時やで。クリスマスにかこつけてたくさんプレゼント持ってきてもらわなあかんねやから。
That sounds more like a you problem. Which is more important to you? Exactly. That's it. Good point.
はいはい。
Which is more important to you? The show is only happening right now. You'll regret it if you don't go.
そうやな。
That sounds like a priority issue here.
決めた。やっぱり休みもろてショー見に行こ
Atta girl.
あ
Good idea. Working hard is all well and good, but it's no good to stress yourself out.
そ
Opportunities,
ろそ
man.
ろお時間となりますが、
Yeah, she has a lot
わか
of
りました。
her problems. She's creating the problems herself.
う。秋山さん。次も早起きて。
Hopefully she doesn't, it sounds like she's pushing herself really, really hard though. That's probably the internal conflict here. We'll find out soon enough after this one.
いらっしゃいませ。
秋山さん。匂いね。なん頼む？
Let's do a gacha drink.
すんません。
Now, so the gacha drink is pretty much just as
Bye.
effective of as anything
Otsukaresama.
above rose champagne
何出るかな？
or anything below rose champagne. Another French cologne. Amazing.
なあなあ、秋山さん。
Uh-huh.
ん
Yeah?
アナウンサーの採用試験、ついに始まってまうねん。
そうか。
Oh, wow. This has been a long time coming.
最後の追い込み、何したらええんやろか。
You don't have to do anything to
うん。
do what you've been doing. You've got some good momentum, so don't do anything odd that could throw your rhythm off.
そうやな。付け焼き場でなんかしても、きっとうまいこといかへんやろし。ほな、いつも通りのトレーニングだけしとこ。
Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point, it's a little too late to change up the entire plans. You know, one must follow through and see what happens. Improvisational at the home stretch is usually a recipe for disaster.
あ
Happy for the best.
そういえば、
Oh
さっきか
no.
らなんか喉の調子が悪いね。風邪でもひいたんかな。
あ。はいはい。
That wouldn't be good. Do you have a fever?
熱はないみたい。咳も出るわけやないし、ちょっと声出しすぎて枯れてもうたんかな。あったかいお茶でも飲んでればきっと治るわ。
That's a little optimistic.
それじゃあ、
Go to a clinic right away. You want to get examined by a doctor before it gets worse.
そんな脅かさんといてや。今ちょっと調子悪いだけやってば。
Priorities, girl. No, go see a doctor. Just in case. Your dreams, your hopes, your home stretch ain't worth just beating around the bush.
そんなん急に言われても。
That's an
Oh,
excuse. Becoming a newscaster is your dream, right? They can't afford to be careless. Hopefully you go to the clinic and they say it's nothing. Exactly. Thank you, Akiyama.
わかった。ほな、 後で抜けられそうやったらすぐ行く。
Promise me, okay?
心配かけてごめんな、秋山さん。
If it's your dream, second measures, half measures are just not worth. Yeah, we already asked. Okay, now let's we can get to TMI this time. Not gonna
うち
go
んこ
well.
と
Your strengths.
それじゃあ
長所。そらやっぱりいつも笑顔なところとちゃう。うち営業スマイルとか必要ないくらい素の顔が笑い顔やーってよう言われるもん。
Okay. I mean, agree to disagree? Sort of? I guess when she's not smiling, she's really actually angry, I suppose.
そうだよね。
Yeah, when I see you smile, it has an infectious quality that makes me feel better.
けど逆に怒ってる時も笑ってると思われて困る時があんねん。
Okay, but that's part of fake smiling. I mean, I reckon she wasn't going to say this, but she did anyways.
こっちは本気で怒ってんのにマジに受け取ってもらえへんくてめっちゃ腹立つねん。
That checks out.
うん。
Guess the smiling face has its ups and downs, huh? I mean, it checks out.
うちな、この前久々にお酒で失敗してしもてん。
Oh? What kind of slip up are we talking about?
記憶なくなるまで飲んでしもたんや。
That's no good. You're a girl, so you need to be careful or bad things might happen.
せやんな。さすがに反省してます。ほんでな、そん時着てたコートどこかでなくしてしもたみたいやねん。脱いだ覚えもないし、なんでないんやろ。
なんだって？
You went home in this cold weather without a coat? Wow, you must have been really drunk and probably caught a cold from that.
ああ、もう記憶ないことよりもコートなくしてしもたことがショックやわ。
ちょっと待った。
Are you sure it's gone? Have you looked hard for it? Maybe it's in the washing machine.
探したけど見つからへんねや。一体どこに置いてきてしもたんやろ。
You sure you were wearing it? You'll find it eventually. Want me to buy you a new one? Empty promises for you'll find it eventually.
それじゃあ
Want me to buy you a new one? Maybe if you think about it like you just exchanged it for a new one, the loss won't sting as much.
そんなん嫌やん。お気に入りやったのに。高校卒業するときおばあちゃんが記念に買うてくれたやつやねん。
I mean, you say you're gonna give up on the coat, and you're not gonna find it. And then when someone offers a compassionate compromise, you decide to contradict them.
そうか。
Huh. Sounds like it meant a lot to you.
ああ、もう誰か拾っててくれへんかな。
I mean, yeah, sure. As long as you say it. Because if someone said it to you, you're just gonna gaslight them again. Alright, here comes the big risks.
そういやさ、
はい、なんなん？
Oh wait. We already where can a man touch you? It's her neck. We already asked that, her neck. How about her measurements?
それじゃあ
Did she already answer this?
あ
Oh
あ、ちょ
wait.
うどこの前測ったばっかやねんけど、いくつやったかな。
Wait, I think this is the one. She already answered this too.
確か78、56、
Yeah, yeah.
82くらいやで。
Oh no, she's. Oh no. This was the other Kaguya answered this too, just like right off the bat. And I still don't. I still go back to I have no idea. I have no idea. No ballpark understanding of the relative numbers. Nor do I know which number goes with which. You're skinny, you're in great shape. Sure, Akiyama. Akiyama is far more knowledgeable than I am.
そうか
Aren't those numbers pretty ideal?
え、ほんまに痩せすぎとちゃう？
I have no idea.
いや
No, I think you're just right.
そうなんや。うちなかなか肉がつかへん体質やからちょっと安心した。
I have no idea.
え
I'm jealous. Lately, I get all self-conscious about my belly after eating and drinking and smoking. Actually, smoking carbs the consumption more actually.
秋山さ
Generally
ん、
speaking.
大阪にはお仕事できはった？
This is a repeat.
へえ。
Yeah.
うん
ケーキ。
どうだいう
ち？
そうか
大阪のうちな。だい。
え
Yeah, this is where she brags a bit.
なるほど
え、
あ
嘘やったんやけど。
Oh yeah. She
入
she
賞
thinks
した
we're
ん。
lying,
はいはい
ノリ？
and then she lied about it. Yeah, I forgot about that. She lied about being good at
そろ
things.
そろお時間となりますが、ご
Yep.
炎上で。
It's like I thought it'd be funny to lie to you. Ha ha.
秋山さんって
That was her introduction. Oh no. And this is the
Eh?
blood type thing. Yeah. She's talking about blood type compatibility.
ほー。
それじゃあ
うちエビ。うん。
うん
あと引っ込み。
Oh, and it wasn't astrology. It was the blood type thing. Yeah. I thought it was the astrology thing first. Uh.
え
そうなん。
それじゃあ
いやいや、その。グラスからやん。次何する？
Sure. Let's spin one last time.
すんません。
乾杯
何出るかな？
Monogram bag. A mystery stone. I don't know if that's a
秋山さん、
reagent.
ちょっと聞いてもええ？
なん
Uh-huh.
だい
What is it?
秋山さんって他のお店にも通ったりしてるん？
I mean, yeah, he owns a club.
あ
I'm not exactly from here, so when I'm in Tokyo, I go drinking at clubs out there too.
そらそうやんな。
Sure.
うん
Hmm.
ほんならついでにもう一個聞いてもええ？
Sure.
それじゃあ
Whatever you want to know.
あんな秋山さん彼女おるん？
いや
I don't. And at my age, admitting I'm single isn't something I say proudly.
うんそうなんや。ほなうちのことはどう思てんの？
What? Do I have to answer?
ダメ。
Oh, jeez. Oh, they dodged it. Okay, good. You know?
ああやっぱ食べたいな。
Alright.
何
You're hungry. Want me to order you something?
うん。
Oh, this is the fatty foods thing. Yeah.
お腹が
なるほどうん
串カツ。
This is the she
What?
likes fast food and then karage and
うん
はい。
飽きたら適当に
The heartburn. All right.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
Okay, let's see the
わか
conclusion.
りました。
Let's see the conclusion of her arc.
秋山さん次も早起きて
All right. Hopefully, she is able to make the cut and not push too hard. I mean, okay. So predictions, right? She makes it, it's fine. That'd be like the straight lace one. She does get ill. She doesn't make the cut. Akiyama, but something else happens that gives her a renewed hope, and Akiyama encourages her to continue pursuing her dreams. And that would be the life lesson. That's kind of similar to Saijuma's situation, only what led to that situation were two different things. One is self-motivated by her family situation, and hers is her own situation that she created for herself. She did not talk about her family at all. To contrast, Kaguya. Have to roam around until something happens. We can zone into somewhere. Oh, okay. Low R. Oh no, is that you? I can hardly hear you. Is thing. Hello? Poor signal. Maybe we go to Iwao Bridge? Uh-oh. She has poor signal or something's going down. I lost my voice, yep. The doctor took a look at me, but my throat doesn't hurt or look swollen, so they have no clue. I got some medicine to take, but it isn't working so far. At this rate, I won't be able to hire it, yep. Is that what the phone call was? So there wasn't... Yep. You push your stuff too hard. Go to the pharmacy. Yep. Maybe she'll recover. So now the hot tick is, will she recover in time? Probably not, but there will be another opportunity that opens up, maybe? Or it's just to take it in strides and continue pursuing her dreams. Just with a bit of motivation, you know? This girl I know has trouble with her throat. I'm wondering if you have any medicine that could help. What are her symptoms? She has no pain or swelling, but she lost her voice. I see. She's got a job interview coming up. She needs to get her voice back, and fast. Fast. Yeah, is there a cure-all that might work for something like that? Let me think. Even a doctor, she all said they couldn't help, so I guess there isn't any quick fix. But still, if you know anything. Wait, really? Okay. Apparently it's not uncommon for these. Okay, yeah. There's a legendary... Oh no, it's that word again. It's the oral, like, taken orally, Senga, or something. And instantly restores voice like magic. Okay. Where can I find this? It's not sold in store. Well, I might imagine you look at shady side of things. How shady are we talking about? Ashitaba, okay. Ashitaba part. Rumor says you can walk up to anyone and buy it. It's legendary after all. Seems only a chosen few can actually hand. Okay. The legendary Lazenga. Okay. It might be. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that's the closest I remember. There. On that. It's it was a trivia question on pharmaceuticals in the Yakuza Like a Dragon. In the Onabata vocational school thing. And I thought it was like Lozangi or Lozanga or something, but Lozanga. Ashitaba. And Ashitaba was a trivia question for a Haruka's section. I couldn't remember the life of me the name of the park. But now that we've gotten it twice over incorrectly, Ashitaba is pretty fresh. Pretty fresh in memory. So somewhere you look like a shady no, this is a IFR8. It's Midamida's. How about you? The heck you want? There's something I'm looking for, and I thought someone here at the park might be able to help me out. What in the world are you looking for? Not shady at all. Tell me some medicine. I don't know nothing about that. Go on, get out of here. Acting like he's hiding something. He won't just hand over what I want. Maybe there's some clue I can find. Some clue?
What?
Hey, you. You're looking for something? Yeah, just some medicine. Someone I know has some throat issues. You should hit up the pharmacy if you want to get something to clear that up. I already tried, but I couldn't get what I wanted. That's why I'm looking around like this. Oh, you ain't gonna find no medicine lying around here. I know. I thought maybe it wouldn't be a far fetch for someone who deals in that sort of thing to be around here. Well, all we got on us is the stuff we're selling. And what's that? The thing you're looking for. That's medicine. You sure about that? What? If you all want is to get better, you should see a doctor or buy medicine. But I'm guessing that ain't all you're after. Ain't you after something else? And ain't that the reason why you want to get better? Uh-huh. You're absolutely right. She's sick right now. But getting better isn't the only thing that matters. This is all about making her dreams come true. And if that doesn't happen, then curing her sickness won't mean a thing. Now do you see what you're really after? I think I do. It's not medicine that I need after all. Heh heh. You've been a huge help, thanks. Go talk to that guy again. Maybe now I can buy that legendary Lazenga off of him. Oh, so you're just buying into dreams? Again? The heck you want? There's something I'm looking for, and I thought someone here at the park might be able to help me out. What in the world are you looking for? Sell me a dream. What kind of dream? The girl who wants to be a newscaster, who worked day and night to fix her Kansai accent, and now her voice is shot right before the test. Oh no, sounds rough. I heard there's some legendary Lazenga that could help her. Do you have any? I do indeed. Really? Please. You have to give it to me. You got cash on you? How much? Everything you got on you. What? Hey. You want the Lazenga, don't you? You want to make this girl dream come true? All of the money? Not about money, man. Dreams aren't only for people that can afford them. They're made of the hopes and desires of everyone else around them. Something that important can't possibly be bought with money. Huh. I see. Don't get it at all, do ya? Huh? Ain't no room for pretty sentiments like that in the broadcast industry. Money talks in showbiz. Money's what makes people tick. If you really have high hopes for that, go show it with money. If you can't do that, you might as well give up. Oh, interesting. So now I'm kind of curious. Do I actually give him all 33 million? Or he just refuses and say like, I clap to your commitment? What is this nonsense? I actually do need the 33 million though. Let's just find out anyways. Are you supposed to show your commitment? I'm not about showing my commitment at the moment.
なんせや
Sure, let's go. Alright. I'll give you all the money I have. You're serious? Why are you sticking your neck out like that? This girl has got that much talent? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I want to see her achieve her dreams. That's all there is to it. Whether she got the talent for it or not, I don't know. So her dreams are worth your investment. No, I don't think so. You can't assign a monetary value to a dream. Yeah, I still go with that though. 1 million or 10 billion yen, no matter how much money you throw at your dream, you'll never reach them. Because dreams have limitless value. If this makes her dream come true, then I don't care if it takes all my money. It's that simple. Fair enough. Huh. Ain't met a guy like you in a long time. Oh? I've been running this scam job hoping to meet a man like you. Okay. Whether it's a sore throat or a scandal. When performers wind up in trouble, they find out how much money their talent agency is willing to spend on them. To the agency, the talent is their meal ticket. If it ain't worth their investment, they'll drop her. They don't care if the talent succeeds. This guy sounds like he knows from experience. Oh, that's the cruel business world for you. Yeah, but sometimes someone's worth the investment, regardless of the bottom line. There's just something about them. Their expectation for this girl has come from just seeing some kind of unique spark in her, I bet. Maybe. I guess that's one way to put it. Here's the legendary Lawsinga. Take it. If she sucks on this and gets a bit of rest, her voice will be right as rain. Really? Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. Here, let me get you your money. Forget the money. What? I wanted to see how far you were willing to go for this dream. Now that I know, it's all good. Thanks. Don't thank me. I'll just watch for you to see if this dream comes true. Now go on, hurry up and get that medicine to her. Right. Here you go. Hey, I got you some medicine. I'm sure it'll make you better. Okay. It really worked. My voice is back. Thank goodness. But you better not talk yet. You need to rest up for a while. Then I'm sure you'll be back to normal. You're trying to say something. What is it? Her finger just went through her phone. That's okay though. You told her not to say something and Akiyama just like freaking asked her what's this? That's just resting is boring. I'd like you to stay here with me. Oh, aggressive hug. And since I want to keep practicing my Tokyo accent, I'd like you to talk to me the entire time. Incoming aggressive hug. What's this now? Not bad, right? We can hang out and help my vocal practice. Guess I better. You just leave it to Nurse Akiyama. Aggressive hug. And flashbang. Okay. Oh, hey, that's a really cute sign there.
秋山さん
No, you big time, Akiyama-san. I see much better now. Guess that really was some legendary lost Singa. Your voice is back to normal. Super sweet. Now I kind of want another one. Hey, worm. Hey, now. That was a one-time deal. I really am quite a busy guy. Wet blanket? Did you just call Akiyama a wet blanket? Hey, there's not much time before the test. You need to hurry and get ready.
大好き
You just freaking called Akiyama a wet blanket. What the heck? Or, you know, the equivalent of a wet blanket. Alright. Alrighty. Off to the fourth hostess. And it's for Shinada. That was okay. She's young, right? Got her voice back. She's young. It worked out for her. Realistically, it shouldn't have worked out for her. And she would learn a life lesson about taking things in stride, understanding, prioritizing the things that is most important to her, as opposed to making excuses and taking on more without a direct goal in mind. And then understanding that life does throw curveballs, but there are always second opportunities. As opposed to Akiyama being just so happened to be lucky to get some sort of panacea for her really ridiculous situation that she herself placed herself into because of her inability to take advice or lecture. And also she needs to settle down on the gaslighting. But it's gaslighting, unintentional gaslighting is very common for ambitious youth. Because the perspective is very small still. It's very short-sighted. It's definitely a mismatch for Akiyama's experience though. Since Akiyama is much older and he has far more exposure to people, to different people than she does. Far more than Saejima and Kiryu even. Kiryu might give Akiyama competition, but Akiyama's a businessman though. He's honestly the only truly businessman in the mainline series. Akaska's about the same age when he got into the business thing as Akiyama. I think it checks out. Yeah. Kasuga and Akiyama are about the same generation. And they both started from nothing. So, well, actually, so Akiyama started early, then he lost it all and then got it back. So, technically he is the GOAT when it comes to business, because that was what he was trained for. He was a very successful businessman that hit rock bottom and then came back up. Casca was rock bottom, got a redemption, then hit rock bottom again, and then he got a little taste of the business due to Eddie's encounter. Kiryu had a lot of business encounters too, technically. They might have been around the same age, actually, because Kiryu at 19 or 20 in Yakuza 0, he did help with real estate. And then he ran several businesses later. Or got involved. Majima did not run businesses until after that big incident. The 1985 instance. Or, yeah, 1985. We need beats. Pedos. We need some cologne. Always sporting that night black legend. I'm still not convinced that these things do anything. Let's bring them along anyway. Probably not the watch. I just wear that stuff. Oops. Okay. Alright. Shinada's might be oh, I might have already spoiled it actually. Because it's on the list. Shinada might actually be a character that's involved in this MSQ. Let's look. Oh no, I didn't spoil it because we don't know the name yet. If it's Milk-chan, right? If it's Milky-chan, then it's actually an MSQ character. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's also a different club, probably. Not a... Futomoto? Futomoto is the name of the first club that he was writing the article on Milk-chan. I think. We have to go to the entertainment guide area. I think it's this building. Yeah, the May Navi. The nature looks, it's a really modern, it's like a, it reminds me of like a quainter, smaller, I like these quainter, smaller cities quite a bit. Like Tokyo is like New York, but it's like, Nacho is kind of like Baltimore. Like a smaller, quainter city. But then you have like the nature cities, right? Like Nagasaki and Fukuoka. That's pretty... That has a natural feature. Sapporo? I mean like, what you call it, Sukimino? The closest experience I've had to Sukimino is probably like Toronto, but Toronto is a big city. Sukimino seems a little bit more quaint than that. Alright, here we are. Toronto, Canada. Like a cold northern place, city. Colder climate. Alright. Club Eden. Oh yeah, that's right, Club Eden. Alright.
Moshi.
That was weird. He just like boosted him. Sugar Daddy comment. Shion. Shion? Okay. Shion? Any SAO fans out there? Is that her name too? Shion? Let's see, what do we know about her? Is amazing. Amazing. Okay. Gorgeous, refined, elegant, honest to goodness, Nagoya's princess. Okay. Blood type 0, Gemini, age 24. Great. What kind of stuff does she like? Sugar Daddy comment again. She's real upper crust. So if you get her a gift that's too common, it may be okay. So high class, sure. Short-tempered. Saying the wrong thing will set her off. If you think she's mad, you better change the subject quick. Joy. Alright, Shion. Ooh, the interior is very fancy. It's a green lit too. Interesting. Not many of the clubs use green lighting.
失礼します。
Okay. That's very vibrant.
はじめまして。
Wow.
シオンです。
Okay.
そっか
Mind if I get your business card?
もうこ
He had to ask for the business card?
はい
Dang.
どうぞ
That's different. Of all the 4 guys, he had to ask for the business card.
品田達夫っす
品田さんですのね。よろしくお願いいたします。
Oh boy. Here we go.
何頼みます？
I mean, he technically is not supposed to have this money, but let's just gotcha drink. Okay. Gotcha drink seems to be safe all the time.
こっちお願い。
Alright. Give me a monochrome bag. If you get a monochrome bag,
何が出るかしら。
we will buy gold champagne next time. You're a loser. Janata, no, just me. A booby prize.
品田さん、今日はお仕事だったんですの？
いや
Nah, there was a lot of other stuff going on. Do you not know what I do for a living, Chion-chan?
はい。ええ。
Oh, good. I mean, I usually work around here. I'm recognized by a lot of people.
あら、そうでしたの？ごめんなさい。存じ上げなくて。
Oh, that's interesting. She's really different from the other 3. Huh. No, it's fine. That makes it easier for me, actually.
お仕事は何をされてるんですの？
Honesty is the best policy?
な
I'm a nightlife journalist. I wrote articles for both print magazines and online.
風俗？それってその品田さんがお店に行かれて。
We don't know if he actually does that. He goes, but not sure to what extent.
ああそうそう
Yeah, I write articles based on the experience provided to me by the girls. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
まあ、そんなお仕事があるんですの？知りませんでした。もっと詳しく教えてくださらない？
Wow, that's actually incredibly agreeable. You're sure interested in weird things, Shion-chan. Let's save that discussion for another
あ
time.
のさ
By the way, where are you from, Shion-chan?
私は名古屋ですわ。
It's true. She looks remarkably different from Nagoya's locals.
そっか
Oh, you're from around here. But you don't have much of an accent.
名古屋弁ってはしたなくありません？あまり好きじゃありませんの。
あ
I guess it does sound sort of rough.
ですから人前ではなるべく使わないようにしてますの。
Oh, to speak it. I missed the word there. I was like, wait, what?
そっか
You've had a good upbringing. You're a real Nagoya lady. And quite refined at that.
やだ、わかっちゃいます？内緒にしてましたのに。
Flattery is the best policy? You're stellar. A real cut above other girls. You just exude good breeding. Clearly you're the shiny star of this club.
あまり他の子と比較しないでくださる？私個人としてどうかが重要ですのに。
I mean, that's one way of saying something that could have been a little bit less rude, but fair enough.
すまないね。
Oh, sure, alright. Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight there. I mean, it was kind of rude. It was very, very rude. Alright, okay. Let's find out what she likes.
ああ、そうそう。
What are our options? Same three? Okay. Let's go with
あの
gifts.
さ、
A diamond ring?
そうね。そうだわ。ちょうど真珠を探しておりましたの。
A pearl. Close enough. Sounds pricey. I'm not sure I can afford that.
あら、私は別にプレゼントしていただきたいわけじゃありませんわ。
Huh? Then what do you want it for?
自分で真珠を加工してブローチを作るんですの。売り物はみんな同じものを持ってて普通でしょ。だから自分だけのこだわりが欲しいんですのよ。
That's a throwback. I think. Oh no, it might not be the same like watch that Akiyama helped that one guy get for his girlfriend, for the guy's girlfriend for Christmas. That's amazing, but also kind of hardcore. Been hard to get it'd be hard to get you a decent present after that. Alright, fair enough, that kind of worked out.
今度のお正月はどうされますの？
Nothing special. I guess the usual for me, which is either running around crazy busy or sleeping at home. What about you, Shion-chan? I mean, we don't know a lot about Shinada in general, so anything is also knowing what he would say.
うちは祖母が遊びに来ますの。会うのは久々だから今から楽しみですわ。
Isn't that backwards? What are you talking about, Shinada, you butthead?
え
Sounds nice. I wish I could spend the holidays like that.
うちも毎年ではありませんのよ。祖母が来るなんてめったにないことですわ。
And there goes the negation type of conversation again. But we don't do this every year. Just removing the but. Just when you're having conversation like these things, just removing negation words in general makes you far more agreeable, and you're still saying the same thing. So like literally, she could just said, "Oh, we don't do this every year. My grandmother doesn't come see us very often." Instead of saying, "But we don't," it just changes the whole mood. It's negating something she's assuming Shinada is assuming. Happens a lot.
祖母はフランスのリヨンに住んでますの。ですからどちらが会いに行くにしてもそう頻繁にはできませんのよ。
Must be expensive. If your whole family has to go to France, traveling every year would be pretty rough, huh?
今回は祖母が元気なうちに日本旅行したいというのであちらから
There's
来る
that
こと
bud
にな
again.
ったんです。
That's why she's coming this year? Fair enough. Her eyes look so watery. Yeah, there's a little like a reflection on the bottom of her eyelids. Interestingly enough. I'm not sure if that's the texture limit of my of the game or my rendering. Yeah, there's that bud again.
いつか祖母が年を取って外を出歩けなくなった時には日本から会いに来てほしいからお金はそれまで取っておいてって。
Ooh, that's such a deep cut. Your grandmother sounds nice. You'll need to take care of her as much as possible.
はい、最近はずっとどこを案内しようか母と相談してますの。
ああ、そうそう。
Well, just because it's New Year's, and don't make her eat stuff like mochi. I doubt foreigners are too familiar with traditional Japanese food. Dude, mochi? I got to get that QQ life.
それもそうですわ。品田さん、ご親切にどうも。
Alright. Give my regards to your mother. Sounds like a really cute special event. Alright, let's go ask about her hobbies. Do we get a choice? What sort of hobbies do you have, Shion-chan?
私は旅行かしら。
Globetrotter? Fair enough.
ひょっとして。
Overseas?
ええ、逆に国内はほとんど行ったことありませんの。
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, we kind of know why overseas, but
あのさ。
what do you like about it?
私、写真を撮るのが好きなんですの。旅行に行くときはそれが目当てですわ。
Fair enough. Is someone photographing you, or you take
ひょっとして。
take photos?
ええ、自分で一眼レフを持ってますのよ。ちゃんと自分でピントも合わせられますわ。
Dang, just dropping that SLR.
え
That's amazing. You're really hardcore.
一回の旅行で何百枚も撮って帰ってきたら一冊のアルバムを作るのが楽しみなんです。今
That's
度
cute.
持ってきましょうか。
そうだね。
I love to see them. I mean, we know that Shinada also
最近
takes
携帯で
photos
も簡
of
単に写真撮れるでしょ。
other things, but
だか
you
ら
know.
カメラを持ち歩いていない時でもしょっちゅう写真を撮ってますの。
2013? Taking photos with mobile phones? Yeah, I could see that, but man, 2013, it's not like that bopping 10 years ago.
そっか。
What do you take pictures of?
家からお店に来る途中の景色で何か気に入った瞬間があった時、携帯を取り出して撮影してますわ。
Okay.
え
Street photography, huh? Must have a good aesthetic sense, eh?
品田さんは普段どんな写真を撮ってらっし
Oh,
ゃるの？
there's the question.
ああ、そうそう。
Well, I take pictures of people.
あら、ポートレートですの？それはそれで面白そうね。
Yes.
そういえば私、自分の写真なんて学校の卒業アルバム以来撮ってないわ。
She's probably a landscape photography is what she's suggesting. And she's contrasting it with taking like people versus landscape.
Huh?
You don't even have photos at the club.
ええ、さすがにネットとかにアップされるのは問題がありますから。
Fair enough.
そうだね。
That's right. Anyone can copy a picture and send it around. And who knows who will see it.
品田さんはご自分の写真撮りませんの？
Does he? I don't think so.
いや。
I don't. Unless it's for an ID or something.
あら、品田さんは体つきもしっかりされてますし、写真映えするんじゃないかと思いましたのに。
Janada is... He is pretty, on the photogenic side for sure.
Eh?
Wow, you think so? You know what? Let me think about all the characters so far. Okay, no, not everyone. Like, it's not everyone's photogenic. It would be kind of fun. It would be kind of interesting to have more of a, even more average Joe join the main line.
ええ、よろしければモデルになってくださらない？たまには人物を撮るの
Oh,
も
she
楽し
does
そう
photograph
ですわ。
people. Interesting. Would I ever? I'd be absolutely okay with that.
男性のヌード写真なんて初めてだから緊張しますわ。
What the freak? It just went into nudes.
なんだって。
Hold up. Did you just say nude? Wow. That
そろ
that
そろお時間となりますが、
dang. That just
かしこまりました。
that went somewhere else.
品田さん、よろ
Her
しければ
her
また
dress is
遊びにいらし
incredibly
てください
bright.
ね。
I don't think that was a joke.
あら、ほん
No, I don't think she's joking. It's very common to have nude photography. And I'm not talking about because of Japanese. She has French heritage. The human anatomy is incredibly beautiful for photographers. Like if you become a photographer, you must understand human anatomy and the human form a lot. And nude pictures is fairly common for the arts. Excellent conversationalist. I would be honored if you would stop by another. Aw, she's so formal. Yeah, I think she's taking her photography incredibly serious. So nude pictures would be fairly common. It's kind of like being a model for painting. Pretty common, especially for like the European arts. I don't know how Japan works though. That would be kind of interesting to understand what Japan is, because I feel like Japan, I don't know if this is true or not, but because of the culturalism of being conservative, I don't know how art is taught in Japan. But in terms of westernized art, the human form is one of the most beautiful things. Oh wait, I forgot. I was waiting for the event, but we haven't even gotten to rank C yet. Gotta go back in.
いらっしゃいませ。
品田さん、いらっしゃいませ。
Her dress looks like it's always
あり
glowing.
がとうございます。
It's practically
いい
vibrant.
匂い。何頼みます？
Alright, alright. If you gotcha a bag, we'll get
こっちお願い。
a gold champagne. Do it, Shinada.
何が出るかしら。
Do it. Oh, come on.
品田さんがいらしてくれて安心しました。
You do? How come?
品田さんみたいなお客様は珍しいから、もっとお話を伺いたいと思っていたんですのよ。
Customers like Shinada, huh? What sort of things?
そうね。品田さんはどうして名古屋にいらっしゃったのかしら。
That is such a long story. Well, it's been 15 years, but I first came here from Tokyo because of work. Yeah, that's fair. That's a really reasonable and reserved way of describing his situation.
あら、そんなに以前から？
What makes you think he was not here for a very long time? Yeah, I got the axe almost right away. That's definitely one way to put it.
まあ、そうでしたの。名古屋はよそ者に厳しい土地柄ですからね。苦労されたんじゃありません？
It was unfortunately in this case, it had very little to do with the Nagoya culture.
そうだね。
Yeah, I definitely experienced that firsthand. But maybe it's because the people here have a real strong sense of hometown pride. That is so, like, that is so ironic. It's hometown pride that pretty much ruined his life. Because it's hometown pride that created the Nagoya's family, the Yakuza front.
やっぱり昔から何代も続く名家が多いですから、自然と考えが閉鎖的になってきてると思いますわ。
Mm-hmm.
なるほど。
Makes sense. Come to think of it, there are tons of rich people here too. It's a different world than the one a broke guy like me lives in. Yeah, he is definitely broke.
それは一部の人だけですよ。名古屋の人がみんなそうだというわけではありませんわ。
Fair enough.
Huh?
Really? My image of Nagoya is one of glittering gold and in-your-face gorgeous rich people. I mean, Shion is pretty radiant right now.
それはきっとシャチホコのことじゃないかしら。そこまで派手な人はいませんわ。
The Sha Chihoko, I know what it is because there's an item that you picked up, the ornament, the Sha Chihoko. Interesting. So they go on rooftops? Huh. Seeing the lady before me? I beg to differ. I know, right, Shinada? You think you saw this about rooftops? In a different game? It's not any of the like recent hostesses, but I feel like you're right. Could it have been Yakuza 4? I feel like you're right. Now that I think about it, that sounds really familiar. Yeah, it's very deja vu. The Sachifoko. I think though the last time I responded to it, I looked up what a Shachifoko was. Because I like to look up like the words that I don't understand. But yeah, I agree with you. Now that I think about it hard enough, like, again, the deja vu is probably because my responses are pretty consistent too. Like, I mean, these games, the hostess interactions are quite similar too. So you get to the point where they kind of blend together. It's like, this feels so familiar. It's like, has this happened? Tell me about what you like.
好み
We get to
ですか？
ask, so we already asked about gifts, right? We fell flat on our face about gifts. Let's do TV.
それじゃあ
What kind of TV shows do you watch?
私
She probably
あまり
doesn't watch
テレビ
any.
は見ません
Yeah,
の。
because she doesn't, it checks out. That checks out quite a bit. She's not a shut-in.
え
Oh yeah. How come? I mean, she travels, right? She likes photography. She's out and about all the time, and she's more into like the surrounding culture. So typically, TV is kind of like out of the would be uncharacteristic, not impossible, but uncharacteristic.
だって面白い番組がないんですもの。どのチャンネルもバラエティばかりで、ちっとも
Oh,
楽しくありませんわ。
she also has a vivid disinterest, huh? I don't know if that's true or not. Variety shows can be interesting. What about late night TV? There's a lot more stuff for adults than during prime time, so you could probably find some shows you like.
夜は無理ですわ。夜更かしは美容の敵ですから。早く寝るようにしてますの。
That's fair enough. Very reasonable. I like it. You could always record it. Don't you have a DVR or something like that? Oh yeah. One girl specifically said that. It's Kaguya. Kaguya likes martial arts shows, and then Saejima said like, "Wow, you have time to watch that while you work," and he's like, "Record it, of course." And then she watched it after work.
そこまでして見たくありませんわ。テレビを見る暇があるなら読書でもしてます。
Rather read. Interesting. All right.
そっか
I guess girls these days aren't into TV. I don't know about that, Shinana.
先日友人に誘われてサーキットまでレースの観戦に来ましたの。
Wow.
え
That's unusual. Are you into that sort of thing?
友人のボーイフレンドがアマチュアなんですけれど、ご自分の車で出場するというので一緒に応援に行ったんですの。
Interesting.
どうだい
How did he do?
それが途中で他の車と接触してしまって、
Yikes.
残念ながらリタイアでしたの。
Well, that's
幸い怪我は
good.
大したことなかったから安心でしたわ。
そっか
that's good. Considering the speed those guys reach, it wouldn't be surprising if they got pretty badly hurt.
ええ、本当に事故の瞬間目を背けてしまいましたもの。
Yikes. Must have been terrifying. Your friend must have been in tears, I'm guessing.
それがすごいケロッとした顔で、ああ今回もダメかって。
That sounds like a normalization of her boyfriend getting into more scuffles. Yeah, she must be used to it. Like,
そっか
still, newer cars are tough, so a little fender bender probably isn't too bad.
どうかしら。もし自分の恋人がレースに出ることになったら、私とても落ち着いて見ていられませんわ。
I can empathize with that.
危険な行為ほどスリルがあるのはわかりますけど、やっぱりスポーツとして見るにはちょっと野蛮だわ。
That's projecting just a bit.
あ
Through that. She knows where her priorities are, though. She volunteered a specific hobby, so we don't have any other choices. Now let's talk about romance. It's like tiered. It gets shadier and shadier, the question option. So it's very appropriate.
え？
What turns you on?
それじゃあ
そうね。腕時計を見るときかしら。
What?
袖を軽くまくる動作がとてもセクシーだわ。
There's something sexy about a man rolling up his sleeve. That's fair, but a man doesn't have to roll up their sleeves to check their watch. Should we just go for it?
え
You're so weird. How's that sexy?
時間を確認する時のさりげなさで、その方の仕事の出来具合がだいたいわかるんですのよ。
Dang. Wow. Okay, so here's a slight hot take, right? This might be a cultural thing, as well, a cultural schism. But when it comes to watches, I would say a larger majority in the Western culture, when someone constantly checks their watch, it means that their priorities and time is allocated to something else other than the conversation itself. Like they're constantly being distracted. But in this case, if we were to jump into the minds of like a work forward culture, right? Like Japan, for example, you could possibly make a empathy towards that it demonstrates that the person who checks their watch is very orderly, organized, and also very busy. But very busy also means successful, as in they're very high strung. So, and that could be a very positive indicator of someone's like work ethic. I actually heard this from an older dude once, that some women specific things like that. For example, how you handle things in your hand, or where, yeah. So, however, in the Western culture, like in a lot of Western cultures, I would say specifically in the United States, the vast majority of the United States, when someone constantly uh, checks their watch, it's often suggesting other priorities, interrupting the conversation. But she might be talking about not necessarily in a conversation, just like observing someone at a distance. Like, for example, a person walking by, rolling up their sleeves, like looking at the phone, right? Or looking at phones and watch, but not in a conversation setting. Well, like you're bored can be true. I think like you're bored is one that two strangers could possibly think of each other. Like majority wise, if the two people are not invested, that could be the likely case. But generally speaking, the most common thing is that they're distracted, not necessarily bored. Bored meaning they're looking for distraction. So a lot of times, to me, that's a misread in a body language. Nowadays, generally speaking, they are constantly distracted, as in, and even more on the rise, but still less common. On the rise would be anxiety. So some people might actually look to watches and phones to normalize their behavior so that they can continue conversations, right? But the like the old school way, like I would say 20 years back, in the Western world, it would be considered being distracted. Not necessarily bored, but it can be bored, but more distracted. So like you're not paying attention to the conversation. I think it's more normalized nowadays that since most people do that, like checking your phone, it has become normalized that people can empathize with each other. Like if you check your phone, the other person will check their phone too. That kind of thing, where it has become a normalized behavior. But in this case, I think she's also talking about when she's looking at someone else that's not talking to her. Like you can imagine like a businessman, right? Walking around with their briefcase, they're like on their phone looking at their watch. It means they're very busy and they're bustling and they're very productive. And that could check out with the Japanese culturalism about if this person is constantly checking their watch and their phone while they're going out and about, they're a very busy person. They're very schedule oriented and they're probably really important. And there was a fun psychological experiment that was done with all these, like the perception of a passerby. But what is a little bit more available is if you go on YouTube, right? There are actually content creators that tested these social normalizations, and one of them is pretending like you're busy, like on a phone, like on an on looking thing, and just making yourself look busy gives you the impression that you are an important, successful person. Which this is why I think that's what she's referring to. It just caught me off guard the way it was phrased. Like, you like a guy that looks at their watch, but after taking a little bit of time of thinking about it, that's why I took a sip. I was like thinking about how she could be serious, because she's not a joking type. This character is written to not be joking most of the time. The other girls, some of them do joke, but most of them in this game so far don't really joke around. I think the joking one was a little bit more playful. outside of Yakuza 5. I feel like they made attempts at humor and being receptive to humor, but most of these girls are quite serious. They're also not conducive to lying playfully, taking jabs, and they're less teasing. And I kind of like that to some extent because it's a very different mood in this game compared to the other ones. We have to keep in mind though, all the characters you play are aggressively older now. Like they are far older. So some of the topics and stuff, it's rare to find more youthful and playful personalities. All the characters you play are now incredibly older and they are more conservative and compassionate. So even when they're really down, I mean, Shinada's kind of the youngest at heart, but he's still really old. Like, all of these guys are middle-aged men now. So whenever they respond and stuff, you gotta, I mean, a girl is not just gonna randomly like start teasing, you know, they're trying to keep it in the role. It would be fun to have a really young person again, though. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be cool to have all these mainline characters kind of interact with a mainline younger character, like 18, 19 years old. But the downside to that is it will restrict a lot of the dialogue and the events. And the closest thing you got is Haruka, obviously, but you can't have these types of situations with Haruka. So Haruka has the friendship arc with like kids growing up, dreams, conflict of interest. It would be interesting to have had some sort of writing where Haruka and Yuta, which is Yakuza 6, like a little bit more of what happened with Haruka and Yuta in the game, but it wasn't within the scope of the game. This game did the friendship thing and the dreams and whatnot, the idol story. Which, by the way, I recently watched Ai no Koi. Yeah, Aoi no Koi, and there's Haruka. Haruka predates Ai no Koi, but yeah, the idol story, very classic. They covered most of the bases in this game, in the third act of this game, for sure. And then did a little spin with whole Kiryu and stuff. I can tell if a man is good at his job by seeing how casual he is at checking time. I mean, that's fair. That's fair if they pull it off. Like, we're not talking about like the impatient time, like, you know how you have a guy like tapping and like just looking elsewhere and constantly checking like, is it over yet, kind of thing. But more like, yeah, I do it all the time. Like, I hope it doesn't bother you. You know, just gotta keep on task. Huh, really?
それにつけてる腕時計でその人の収入がだいたいわかりますから。初対面の男性でしたら必ずチェックするポイントですわ。
Yeah, she's talking about success, the appearance of success. Yeah, so that does play quite a role, especially from onlookers. I don't wear a watch, so can't really relate. I'm not a watch person. I had watches, but they often just get in the way. I don't use watches. Wow, you really thought about this. Oh, no more follow-up.
品田さんはお酒お強い方かしら。
I don't know, can he? I guess it looks like yes, he can.
そうだね。
Though I should point out I haven't drunk Drunk a lot of the high-end stuff. Okay.
普通のお酒が飲めれば十分お強い方だと思いますわ。お酒弱い方はビール一杯でダメですもの。
Okay.
どうだい？
What about you, Shion-chan?
私、本当はお酒飲まないようにしてますの。
Okay. Are you a mean drunk?
Huh?
Can you drink?
ええ、お酒は大好きなんですけれど、一時期飲みすぎてしまいまして、依存症一歩手前まで行ってしまいましたの。
Wow, that got heavy.
Huh?
No way, really?
今もお医者さんに止められてますから、一滴も飲まないように気をつけてますのよ。
Interesting.
そっか。
Is that so? In that case, I won't encourage you to drink. And if I think you've had too much, I'll be sure to stop you.
お客様にそんなお気遣いさせてしまって本当にごめんなさいね。
いや、
Oh, don't worry about it. Besides, it'll be cheaper for me.
私、自分が酒浸りになっていくことが許せなかったんですの。だから依存症になる前に自分
Dang.
で思いとどまることができましたわ。
Okay.
え
Looks like your self-respect saved the day.
ええ、もう二度とお酒に溺れないようにしますわ。
Yeah.
あ
Good call. Drinking should be enjoyed, but it shouldn't control you. You have to live a life that's not dependent on alcohol. That's well said. Very well said.
いいことおっしゃいますのね。
What she
今
said.
度から品田さんを見習うことにしますわ。
I think so often the translation, like the people who are doing the translation, they really it shines so much a lot of times on how they phrase, like they're so on top of American English, like very specific regional American English when they translate these things from conversation. So it's so spot on. Huh, well, the only reason why I don't drink every day is because I can't afford to. Shinada, listen. Way to spoil it. It just moves on, so it's fine.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
The meter's glowing, so we're good to go.
かしこまりました。
Freaking Shinada. Had to go and say that.
品田さん。今日は
Wow, so she got really real. So she's overcome adversity. At first, I was leaning towards she might be one that has very high bars, but she is not used to failure. So maybe the conflict here is that Shinada has seen failure in his life, and it creates a conflict of interest to make the hostess story like the thing. So we're not quite sure. Maybe we learn why she had an alcohol addiction, a dependency. It might be stress induced or something traumatic happened to some extent, or a spiraling lifestyle. There's nothing to go on right now, like what the conflict would be.
私に会いに
It wouldn't be out of the box if it was just nothing at all. Because I totally think that RGG is capable of just pulling a curveball from a side. No, nothing's wrong. It's just your very quaint platonic enjoyment. He did mention he is broke already. She didn't seem to care, which is kind of interesting though, since she pays attention. Yeah. But that's where I'm getting to about the platonic thing. It might like they've done it before where they do a left field thing. It might just be a platonic work business relationship. Like she's entertaining him and he's entertaining her. You know, like it's a mutual thing, and then barely anything happens, but we'll see. I don't put it past the writers to write it as like, hey, it's a casual thing, but it does have to end up on a date note. If the formula is here, like the structure, so they have to have some sort of connection, if not temporarily. Somehow. It would be way meta. I would love, to me, it would be so meta, but I would love it if they ended up not having a date and they became really good friends. Like, they go the friend route all of a sudden for Shinada. Just throw a left curve, like, just throw a curveball. The cologne.
何頼みます？
You know what? Now I'm starting to, now because of the alcohol thing, I feel compelled to not. Can you have nothing? No, you have to purchase a drink. Wow, that makes it so awkward now that she shared the alcohol thing.
何が出るかしら。
Pretty sure orange juice wasn't on the list. I should have checked for orange juice. Orange juice can be on the list sometimes. Oh, this might be it.
なんだい
Did you just sigh? It's not like you. Is something the matter?
それが私がこのお店で働いていることが
Okay.
母に知られてしまったんですの。
Yeah, that checks out. Busted, huh? I hear that happens a lot. Lots of girls try to hide where they work, but most of them get found out eventually.
私の母も怒りはしませんでしたけど、何か申し訳ない気がしてしまって。
Checks out, she has high standards of herself, right?
私の友人で働きに出ている子なんて一人もいませんから、ご近所に知られたらちょっと恥ですわ。
None of them. What do they all do?
家事手伝いとか、結婚してる子は専業主婦じゃないかしら。
What do you mean being rich sounds awesome, Shinada? That's presumptuous.
Huh?
Deflect? What do you do at home? I guess when you're not at work, it's all free time.
そんなことありませんわ。お稽古事がいくつもあって、意外とハードですのよ。
そっか
Really? But how the heck are you ever supposed to meet a guy? Why not get out there and find somebody?
結婚はお見合いが基本ですから、よそに自分からパートナーを探しに行くなんて、
Yeah.
はしたないですよ。
It's similar to Kaguya's situation, but what Kaguya did was she rebelled and she tried to distance herself from her family and try to strike it out on her own. Oh, are you sure you'll be happy with that? Oh, no follow-up on that one. Huh. We didn't find out the third option yet. I forgot what it was.
ああそうそう
Food?
好み。
Food.
それじゃあ
はい。私、スイーツに目がありませんの。
Fair enough. Sweets. How about normal food? Shinana, get the crap out of there. What kind of sweets in particular?
そうね。
Strawberry
サワラ
shortcake?
なんかいいんじゃないかしら。
Saffron cake. That's a little bit exotic. What's that?
ブリオッシュをシロップやラム酒に浸して中にクリームや果物を詰めた焼き菓子ですわ。
Dang, that's a pretty good description. It's a cake based on a brioche dough that is baked and soaked in simple syrup and rum, and then garnished with fruit and whipped cream. Man, I mean, it was either that or tiramisu, probably. Sounds very appropriate for her. That does sound pretty sweet. Literally. I bet you get heartburn from eating too much. What is kind of remark?
お酒も入ってますから、たくさん食べると酔っ払ってしまいますよ。
That doesn't check out with the whole drinking thing. Sounds like an adult-only kind of dessert. If I ever find one, I'll have to try it. Yeah, I guess. Sort of. Tiramisu is probably a safer alternative. It's not quite the same, but it's quite different, but it's the closest thing I can think of. I've always liked the idea of living. Okay. Interesting. But she mentioned she doesn't really watch too much TV. They do seem popular than Japanese ones, don't they? They've got a way bigger section at the video rental place too. I don't know, but that sounds interesting.
しかも作品そのものよりも俳優の方々たちに関する話題が大好きなの。
A gossip girl. Yeah, you girls sure are into that sort of thing. Like tabloid shows and stuff.
あちらのセレブの方たちの暮らしって本当にびっくりさせられることが多くて。
Gossip girl.
だから私もいつかアメリカで生活してみたくてグリーンカードの取得ができないか調べてますの。
Wants to live in the United States for a while. We know what a green card is, but Shinada probably doesn't. What's so great about America is a nice goal. You know what? I'm curious. What's so great about America?
日本みたいに時間に追われていないのがいいですわ。どなたも仕事よりプライベートを大事にしますし。
Oof. Yeah, it probably might seem like that from a perspective of a Japanese person. Huh. These are the stuff that I'm looking forward to in the 8th installment in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I'm looking forward to these things, like the perspective of the writers and the creators characterizing Japanese characters, looking from the outside in on not really the American culture at large, but probably all we know is the Hawaiian perspective, but maybe they'll shock and awe and have something else. But yeah, they're not pressed for time. That is I'm gonna offer a little bit of a hot take here. That is a very 10-year-old. I can see it from 10 years ago. Like even how long has it been now? Even 14 years ago when I studied abroad in New Zealand, that was their perspective about Americans. Like oh man, we thought like when they the comment that happens when you go and study abroad, like you go to university and you're a university student from the United States and you go there, the first culture shock that comes to, at least on the American side, is that other universities are not pressed for time and they have very low standards to pass. And when I mean by low standards, I don't mean the people are low standards. There's a very low standard of requirement. The bottom line is, and they are far less career oriented than the United States. Now this person is referring to maybe Americans in general. So I don't belong, I guess, in to sort of speak in a way like I can't represent what she's talking about because I'm multicultural and I'm also part of the quote unquote higher education group, and the higher education group is underrepresenting. It's a smaller percentage of the population. But in my group, the standards of working and personal life is comparable, if not exceeds, most other places. Like, it's to the point where the most miserable people in the United States, if I had to make a contest, the most miserable people are those people that belong to the group that I am. Like, they are constantly pressed for time. It's very difficult to get any semblance of personal life over work because the demand on them are incredible. I would agree that that's probably offset by the vast majority of people who do have these values. But knowing Japan, right? I would say no, Japan might still be one step higher than that. Like, it's still higher. So to a Japanese person, I totally agree with this. But to any other place, the impression is often that Americans are laid back. And shockingly enough, I actually think there are a lot of countries, especially ironically, countries outside that are in the Western side of things, like Western culture, a lot of Western culture societies. I think the United States is laid back. Meanwhile, ironically, or maybe paradoxically, they would criticize the United States for like not appreciating their workforce, working long hours, being paid less, overpaying for things, cost of living's too high, lots of taxation. What does that spell? This. So it's actually really it's one of those misconceptions that it's easier to make it in the United States. I would say yes, probably to a Japanese person, but like she's on the mark in Japan, relatively speaking. But it's if you want to live paycheck to paycheck and always strapping for cash, and like all the stories in the hostess stories, like teenagers working at home, juggling home, going on education because their parents are not well to do, that is more of the social norm. So for her, she's 24 in 2013. If she goes to the United States, she's probably going to encounter the same situation where she's going to be pressed for time, no semblance of personal life because work is required for her to maintain her lifestyle. Like, so that's kind of the really unfortunate, realistic take on it. It's one of those things that personally I would love to beg to differ. Like, for me, as someone who maybe has it a little better than average, I wish this was the case. I actually really do wish this was the case. Like, if someone's suffering, like, it's hard in their country, like, hey, come over to the United States. We're very laid back and, we have plenty of time to help other people succeed and all that. That's great. That's not even a negative thing. Like, that's a great compliment, in my opinion. If there was a country where you're not pressed for time and that you have plenty of time to value your personal life over your work, like, it would be great. But generally speaking, if you're looking at a developed country and you're moving from a developed country, most developed countries statistically and psychologically have the same issues. Yeah, but the thing is, Greece I want to say, as humbly as possible, Greece does not have a globalized economy that represents the gold standard of the globe, right? So Japan would not be in the same conversation as Greece, and the United States would not be in the. But it's great though. I think like if you're going to go somewhere, if you're successful and you have a lot of resources, going to another place that has a laid back type of culture, yeah, like if you made it, like she's going because she's not successful yet, right? So if you're going from a heavy developed country to another heavy developed country, the reality is whatever your situation is there is going to be similar there. Only now she piled on another mess of stuff. Learning the language, learning the culture, learning the infrastructure. So she's going to pile all that on to everything that she has existing. So it's rough. Generally speaking, if you're semi-successful and you move to a country that is, I want to say, have lower standards, as in like not lower standards as in everyone is worse. It's the cutoff, like the resource and stuff and demands are lower. You would more likely succeed in that situation because you already have a training edge to normalize it. So, like for example, I'll use my life as an example. My parents' work ethic that was conditioned in China is beyond the standards of the time when they moved over here. So it gave them a working edge to cut a segment to capitalize on the system. So they financially succeeded because they had a skill that was giving them an advantage. If you're already struggling in a system, you hope to bring and go to a system that the thing that works still works even better. But generally speaking, in like 2013 years, it's one of those things that I want to say really lightly. The American dream is a really wonderful concept. It's a very idealized concept that I wish was true. Like as an American who see lots of underprivileged things happening in other countries and stuff, it would be wonderful to live in a country that you could say, hey, come here and opportunities exist. And you could say, now it's more like you can say opportunities exist, but are you going to attain them? Not all the time. Like the whole idea is like, it'd be great. There was at one point I would say it's probably easier, like before my time, like before I was born, maybe more than 30 or 40 years back, there might have been a time that you could say, yeah, the United States have higher opportunities. Like without a doubt, like no argument. You go to the United States because, you know, they're too laid back and like there's so many things you can do. It's like, yeah, I want that. But it's not true anymore. It's like that you still have to do your thing, learn all the stuff. You get outcompeted all the time. You get crushed under competition. So if it's already rough for you in a country that's well developed, it's probably going to continue that. But yeah, and then the layback countries, right? You have to, like, the countries that are truly laid back have to give up something for that laybackness, which is often economically and globally. So the global appeal and economics tend to be the one that is a much greater tell of the work culture of a country. And if you're not one of the top economic countries, you may have a culture that can support being laid back, I would say. But generally speaking, it's not great if you don't have money in like economically strong countries. And it's tough. And I would say Japan could say the same for themselves. So it's 2013, right? And this game series did go through the Japanese economic boom. It was Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0, you could say the same for Japan back in the 1990s ish. And the United States went through an economic boom too. Probably a little bit like arguably probably post Great Depression would be any time post Great Depression or way earlier before the Great Depression. I would say would be the time when that whole American dream and stuff was a reality. But yeah, it's great. I mean, if that's what the perception is, I wouldn't argue against that perception that she has here. It's just, as an American, I kind of wish it was true, but it really, unfortunately, isn't. At least not now, of all times. Or not in 2013. I mean, I was alive in 2013. What was I doing in? I was starting graduate school in 2013. And when I started graduate school, scientific research was on the decline. Like in terms of like, it was going on a downward spiral when it came to funding. And then things got harder from there. That was 2013. American debt was, really high. Plus, it's also big and vast. That won't change. I like that. You cannot argue with that at all. That's literally true. So, it's big and fast. There's no denying that. I feel like there really be room to live, you know? It is fair. How you live is another different. How you're able to live, or maybe ideally live the way you want, probably not. But there's definitely room to live. Like the literal space to live. Because we have to keep in mind, she's comparing it to Japan. Japan has an incredible density per space. I mean, and what I mean by density, I mean structure to density, not people to density. Because Japan's population is actually not thriving. It's not on the uptrend. So you can't necessarily equate density as in people per surface area if you're comparing two countries where one country population is increasing and another country's population is stagnating over many years. But in terms of like literal space, yeah, like anything, I would say for a Japanese person, there are probably a greater number of countries that appear to be far more spacious, as in there's land, literal land, as opposed like bigger things to explore. It's not to say that Japan doesn't have anything to explore. I want to go to Japan and explore Japan. It's just Japan is relatively and literally a smaller country than the United States. So it would naturally have more opportunities to explore.
なるほど。
Do you though, Shinada? Do you wish you could live like that? I mean, he is broke, so.
そういえばさ、
So how do you go about getting one of these green cards? Yeah, that's really, that's not easy actually. Getting a green card? I mean, there are ways that you might consider it easy up front. But let's just say that is probably, that doesn't work out even, that might work out even worse than cutting it out on your own, like doing it out on your own kind of thing.
一番手っ取り早いのはアメリカ人の男性と結
Yep.
婚することかしら。
There it is.
私の母も日本人の父と結婚して日本の永住権を取得しましたし。
That's it. That would be the fastest way. I'm glad they translated it to the fastest way. It's not the easiest way. It is the fastest way.
あ、
Oh right, you're half Japanese. Yeah, because we know that she has foreign relatives.
あとは抽選に応募するという手もありますけど、年1回しか抽選がない上に、
Oh yeah, that's
何
right.
千人に1人しか当たらないらしいんですの。
I forgot that was a thing. The lottery. I don't even know how that works, and like I don't even know how that works. Yeah. Why not get married then? Yeah,
それじゃあ、
sure. It sounds like the most expedient route.
結婚相手をそんな簡単に決められませんわ。いいお相手かど
There
う
you
か
go.
しっかり見極めてからじゃないと結婚なんてとても。
Yep, that's it. Yeah, a lot of times she basically highlighted what I was alluding to. It is not the easiest route, it is the fastest route. And often that ends up being, I would argue, probably even less consistently well than acquiring it independently. And acquiring it independently is not to say the hardest way to do it, but it is a very, very long process. And it comes with all its fair share of problems or difficulty. I wouldn't call them problems. It's just very difficult. For someone who's coming to a country with no, like, just even if it's very difficult for incredibly educated people to independently acquire citizenship, one can only imagine how difficult it would be for a 24-year-old who is potentially semi-educated but not educated for the country she's going to immigrate to. I hear ya. When it comes to foreigners, their culture is totally different too. Yeah, that's the fairest thing. Maybe just taking a trip would be better than a long-term residency? Oh yeah, she's only still talking about like visiting.
そうね。やっぱり理想は日本とアメリカ両方に家を持って行き来することかしら。
That is a very privileged life that she's looking for, that she's talking about, that's ideal.
おいおい、
Wow, aim a little higher there, why don't you? Exactly. That's a really lofty lofty. I would love it too. Like I would love to interact, have the luxury to interact with Japanese people. Although I have my family has a lot more baggage as well, because my parents' generation are still the generation where they're growing out of like social conflicts, right? Especially cultural conflicts. But I'm a generation that has grown out of detached from that. I think my parents understand that the times are changing and that they don't necessarily push their baggage onto me or my sister regarding the prior cultural conflicts, especially cultural conflicts of their generation. And we're talking about like Chinese people and Chinese and Japanese. I mean, I'm playing Like a Dragon. I mean, I know it's fictional, right? Like a lot of it is like it's realistic fiction. There's a source for these influences and conflicts. And literally playing this game reminds me of a lot of things that I do encounter even as a second generation American. I mean, and being both American and Chinese, Like a Dragon provides a little like snapshot of some of the prior conflicts that deals with basically not being Japanese. It's such a weird world, and like a such a different world now that we live in, and I'm more comfortable in that world. But just imagining a time like the game series, it's so foreign but so interesting too, that we got to this point through many of the events and stuff that Like a Dragon series tackle in Japan themselves. But I would say it's not unique to Japan. The internal conflicts between a immigrating culture, the nationalistic traditionalism of the country of origin, so like Japanese nationalism versus the immigration of Chinese and Korean culture, and very loosely American, very loosely. The United States is no stranger to that. And being born multinational heightens my exposure to that type of thing. And I think RGG has done a really good job, in my opinion, skirting the boundaries of their subject matter that they're talking about. Alright, romance. We asked about her, what turns her on, right? And it was the watch thing. Would you make the first move? That's interesting. It's 2013 again in Japan. Are you the type to make the first move if you find someone you like? Yep. That checks out. She's a traditionalism. She's a traditionalist. Because that's kind of the refined, elegant, simple time things. So you wait for the guy to declare interest? What if they don't feel the same way? Okay. Yeah. How?
そんなの簡単ですわ。こちらから告白しやすいようなムードに持っていくんですの。
That's some bold presumption there. That's a lot of confidence. Fair enough.
それで交際を申し込んでこないような育児のない方はこちらから願い下げですわ。
That's pretty old hat, but checks out with the personality. I guess I get that. But is that really any less improper? Ooh, Shinada is challenging. But we don't get no response. It's a rhetorical. The last comment is usually rhetorical. Are you alright?
え
You're not feeling overworked, are you?
いいえ、具合が悪いわけじゃありませんの。
But you just said you're tired, so there clearly is something wrong with you.
さっき私のヘルプについていた子が本当に気が利かなくて、お客様の機嫌を損ねてしまいましたの。
That still sounds like a you problem.
え
Jeez, I hope you chew her out for it. Can't girls get fired for angering a customer, especially another hostess client? It's still a you problem, but okay.
もちろんですわ。待機の部屋に呼び出して注意したんですの。そうしたらガミガミうるせえよババアって。
Whoa, that escalated. It still sounds like a you problem.
私思わず手が出てしまいましたわ。
Whoa. Whoa, now it's definitely a you problem. You can't do that. You should have gone to the manager and had them reprimand her instead.
それはダメよ。逆効果になってしまいますわ。
That would backfire on you? Excuse me?
え
Why is that?
仮にそれで店長が何かしてくれたとしても、今度はエコひいきだって文句言うに決まってますもの。
Accusation of favoritism, huh? That's fair.
店長もそれが分かってますから、あまり誰か一人に肩入れしたりすることもしないと思いますわ。
So, I mean, you struck another person. Is that more than favoritism? That is pretty arrogant and short-sighted. It's so ironic that she did something so short-sighted.
なるほど
I get you. Handling you girls must be rough. I feel like I've learned a lot about team management.
でも悩ましいのはその子だけというわけでもありませんの。
ひょっとして
Oh, there has been others?
というか、ほぼ全員。
Alright, this is getting a little... Oof.
なんだって
All of them, huh?
皆さん、私のことが気に食わないらしくて、断るごとに突っかかってくるんですの。
Right now,
私
yes.
ってそんなに嫌な女かしら。
Yes, right now, yeah. But, honestly, yes. But... But she means in general. I think she's agreeable whenever it agrees with her. But based on her recent actions, she's she's like somewhat of a narcissist when it comes to knowing what's right and what's wrong. She's very principled. I don't necessarily think she's disagreeable for the sake of being disagreeable. I'm gonna say I don't know.
さあね
Not my place. I don't really know the part of you that you present to me as my hostess. Yes, that is more or less summarizing my impressions.
品田さんから見た私でよろしいんですの。やっぱり嫌な女に見えます？
Are you serious, lady? Actually, yeah.
そうだね
I can kind of see why the other girls around here don't like you.
まあ、それはどうしてですの？
Your politeness could rub people the wrong way. Your style of talking is really refined and polite, so it may sound insulting to them instead. Sure, he's leaning on the idea that she might sound condescending to the others because she thinks that she's always right, which, like, she's superior or she knows the right of way, and that's fair. I wouldn't specifically say it in that way, but he was trying to also be a little complimentary, which is kind of nice. You should try to be more direct with people. Makes it easier for them to relate to you. Is she direct? I mean, she's direct when she gets ticked off, but yeah, that's fair.
あら、そうなの？それじゃあこれから気をつけてみますわ。
Huh. You took that relatively alright.
品田さん、相談に乗ってくださり感謝しますわ。
I was really getting ready for her to blow up in Shinada's face. Alright. That's quite mature. It's quite mature of her. Huh. So honestly, I have a hard time imagining you speaking casually. That's fair. Me too. Yeah, so far, no casualness.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
Wow.
かしこまりました。
Jesus, she's a roller coaster ride. First it was like, yeah, alcohol abuse. Yeah, I slapped a
ありがとう
girl.
ございます。
And everyone hates her. There can be some truth to it. We know that she's like possibly the top girl. So when you get to the top girl, like being the center of attention, that can happen. Those things happen. It's very common. However, how she's dealing with it is it's debatable.
いらっしゃいませ。
Favoritism is where favoritism is due, if it's accurate, in my opinion. But so I guess we're gonna see her conflicts with other girls is probably the event. Man,
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
I don't know where this is going, but she presented a lot more talking opportunities. I think the Riku, oof, the first girl, Kiryu's girl, there wasn't much to talk about. She was a narcissist. Like and Kiryu didn't really do anything about it either. She basically, the narcissist, jumps to conclusions. She's belligerent. She gaslights. And then the conflict that she had, she was right about. So she, not only that, it fed her confirmation bias, and Kiryu's just, he only wants to help people. So he didn't overstep his boundaries or anything. He was a lucky thing. She's a narcissistic person that will constantly create more and more conflicts in her life. But just the time that you interact with her, Kiryu is her lucky charm. She was lucky that Kiryu was in the right place at the right time to help her. So therefore, she only got reinforced about how good she is, how good she thinks she is, and how agreeable she is, and how nice and perfect she is. And that didn't have much to talk about. I mean, eventually that girl is gonna be set up for some really terrible environments that was of her own creation. Kaguya had a family legacy thing, so that's kind of a deep cut, but it's kind of like a social norm as well. And then last girl, we had a bunch of digressions, and this one is pretty solid because it deals with multiculturalism. I have a lot to say about multiculturalism and perspective shifts from different backgrounds.
品田さんに相談したいことがありますの。
Okay,
なんだい。
ask away, milady. What the heck, Shinada?
それがこんなことを品田さんに相談するのも大変失礼だと思うんですけれど。
What sort of thing?
実は名古屋でも有数の大企業の社員さんがうちの店の常連なんですけれど、先日その会社の忘年会がありまして、
Okay.
店長からその忘年会にコンパニオンとして出張すれば臨時ボーナスを出すと言われて、店の女の子が何人か言ったんですの。
Okay.
え
I didn't know hostess did that sort of thing. I've heard about buying out a club for a night, but sending girls off-site must make a lot of money.
私も初めてでしたけど、金なら竹やぶに捨てるくらいあるなんておっしゃって、相当儲かってらっしゃるようでしたわ。
Okay.
何それ
Hey, there's money burning? Send some my way instead.
それでその時にその会社の役員さんにお会いしたんですけれど、それ以来すっかり気に入られてしまいまして。
Oh boy. Here we go. Way to go, Chion-chan. You know how to work people who have money, huh? And here it comes.
それで何度か店の外でお会いしてるうちにプロポーズされてしまいましたの。
Okay. Didn't go to the sus territory. Okay.
ちょっと待って
Ah, darn. That's a little fast, isn't it?
ええ、私もまさかそんな風に思われてるとは思っていなかったからびっくりしてしまいましたわ。
That is... There are so many ramifications about this, especially what she shared with us. She comes from a privileged line, so there's gonna be like conflicts of interest all over the place, and then there's gonna be blowouts, like, and I mean the fallout from all of this too. What are you going to do? You didn't say yes to him, did you?
いいえ、それはまだですけど。
それじゃあ
Yet, you mean you didn't turn him down on the spot?
品田さんは察しがよろしいわね。そうなんですの。少し迷ってまして。
The fallout. So she's concerned with the fallout.
結婚相手としては申し分のない方ですから、特に断る理由もないというのが本当のところで。
Isn't not loving him reason enough? That's kind of short-sighted, but fair enough.
こちらではお見合い結婚が普通ですから、
Yeah,
恋愛感情を問題にする人はあまりいませんわ。
indeed. I can empathize with that.
そっか
I see. We already know her hobbies. We already heard about the food. Oh, the food was the sweets. We asked about two things.
あのさ
え？
Yeah, would she make a first move? And she said no. It would be improper. But that's a double standard. That's just, she's very principled and she's traditionalism. What do you look for in a man?
それじゃあ
We already know you love watches. Men that look at watches, apparently, and rolling up their sleeves.
そうね。
Probably
やっぱ
well-to-do.
り財産かしら。
Yep. His financial assets, alright. Money isn't everything, anything else? Oh, okay. What else besides that? Does he need to be older or tall or something? Or hey, good at sports? Shinada, what the freak? Way to be subtle, my man.
それってひょっとして品田さんのことかしら。
Yep.
はい
Oops, you got me.
そうね。そういう方も好みですわ。
Oh, there you go. Really? Aw, jeez.
私 次に海外に行った時はぜひ行ってみたいところがありますの。
Uh-huh.
え
Oh? Where's that?
どこだと思います？
It's a
それ
casino?
がカジノなんですの。
Las Vegas? Oh. Oh no. It's just a nondescript casino. Just a nondescript casino on her travels? Okay. Sure.
え
I see. Maybe Las Vegas? There aren't any casinos here in Japan. Yeah, not public. We're talking about like incredibly public casinos. Yeah, Las Vegas was my first thought.
もう15年くらい前になるのかしら。子供の頃に家族で海外に行った時、宿泊先のホテルにカジノがあったんですけれど、
15 years ago, you were freaking 9 years old, man.
そこは年齢制限がありまして、
Yeah,
子
I'll
供は
say.
入れなかったんですの。だから父が一人で遊びに行って、私はお留守番。
Really slight deep cut. I had the same exact experience. My sister and I had the same exact experience. I still remember standing right outside the slot area when I was a kid, where they had like a little one of those roped off things that were supposed to stop a little kid from just walking underneath. But yeah, I think it was, so the one that's foggy in my mind is, I'm pretty sure it was Atlantic City. The Atlantic City casino. But yeah, same experience. We stayed nearby and we saw the casino because you can't enter the gambling area.
帰ってきた父がとても楽しそうな顔をしてたので、私も大きくなったら行ってみたいってずっと思ってたんですの。
I also had the same thing, only I literally went there to see it. I didn't gamble though. So like I just wanted to see the casino. Like the flashing lights and the overstimulation of all the sounds and stuff. But it just had no motivation to gamble. I like watching people gamble though. So like it's kind of like, you know, I guess your YouTube and your Twitch. I like to see people win. But the reason why I don't watch gambling too much is because most of the time you see people lose. And I don't like seeing people lose. I mean, that's just inherent. Like, some might even say they kind of don't like seeing people win because they wish they were the ones winning. And then when they go to win, they go to try, they end up losing. That kind of thing. Yeah, all that feedback. I can't empathize with that, but I really do love seeing people get lucky. So, but that's just not the case all the time. So a lot of times I stray away from gambling because I don't like seeing people lose. And I have rarely any motivation to gamble. I mean, I say that, but you know, in this game you have to gamble, right? You do the gambling, but it's gambling to understand the act of gambling. I like to understand the odds and the mathematics that deal with gambling theory, and then like the simulation that they're trying to do, like the mathematical clockwork and mechanics behind the gambling odds and whatnot. But yeah, I don't have to win anything because I don't desire to win it. So like go into a casino, yeah, it would be really nice to win like $10 million so I could like give it all away or something. That'd be kind of great. But gambling comes with a desire to get money, which I don't have a desire to get money. I don't like living beyond my means. But I would love to win money for the sake of enabling someone else to not gamble, but to like make their dreams come true or something. That's why I kind of enjoy watching only when the video is filled with people winning. I don't like seeing people lose. But it's super addicting to watch people win. And it doesn't necessarily have to be at a casino. I'm a sap for watching like long videos of just people doing nice things to each other. It's like incredibly addicting. It's so much dopamine to watch people's lives change around. And if it involves gambling, good for them, kind of thing. Nevertheless, that's a little digression, but yeah, it's fun watching people gamble. It's not fun when I see them lose. So I don't watch it very often, unfortunately. It supersedes my intellectual understanding of how gambling works. Makes me not want to watch gambling more than watching the people win big, or sitting there watching them win big. And that's what I feel this statement really says. My father is not, I mean, he's pretty consistent. He does it for the entertainment every once in a while. I get you. Now that you can go all by yourself, you finally have the chance to achieve that childhood dream of yours. I went to Las Vegas, but all I did was watch and walk around Las Vegas.
ええ、ですから次こそはと思いまして。
You should go soon. What games would you play? Yeah, what games would you
それじ
play?
ゃあ
いろいろありますけど、やっぱりスロットかしら。
You know what we can do today, just to cap this off? Yakuza Like a Dragon had a slot machine DLC that I didn't realize you have to download separately. I don't know if that's a EOS thing. I have no idea, but you have to install it separately. So I did, but I never went back to play it. We could do that in Yakuza Like a Dragon just to see what it's like. Oh wait. Oh yeah, there is a place in Ichinjo. So maybe that'd be a very convenient thing. In this game, there were pachinko slots, but they were removed for the localization. So in Yakuza 5, the PlayStation version had pachinko, like slots in place, but they were removed. It's either this or Yakuza 4. I don't remember, or both. But one of these games, I'm pretty sure it's this one, that the slots got removed, the requirement for the slots. And I read it was kind of tough to get the completion. Like you had to get pretty lucky, like a top luck, like you had to combo game. So for me, mechanically, I would love to understand how slots work. I actually don't understand a lot of slot machines. Like I don't understand how it works. Like just a little side story. On all accounts, the experience is almost synonymous with all my acquaintances and my friends. Like all of us at some point made our way to Las Vegas. And the most common story you get when you go to a casino is that, yeah, you know, we loaded up our coins, you know, like our money, like our cards. We use digital cards now for like the value. You know, you tap it, you hit a few buttons, you have no idea what's going on, and then one time you just win something and your card value goes up, and then the next second you press a button, it's all gone, and you just have no idea what's happening. And that's kind of how I feel about slots. I didn't ever like get into it, and this game, the next like Yakuza Like a Dragon might be a way for me to understand some of the slot stuff, because we're not talking about like the fake slot stuff. What I mean by the fake slot stuff is like slots that are are used in a fantasy game. Like there are slots that I played that are in a fantasy game, but they're like a derivative of what it's like to actually be at Vegas. And it's often simplified so that the slots aren't like overwhelming. Like it's like Final Fantasy had a slot game. Dragon Quest had a slot game, but they're like simplified so that you know and can read the stuff. But in Vegas, when you hit a button, it's just like, what? Like X9, X3.72, like why does this cost like 3 times more to roll this way? Roll 3, 6, or 9 lanes? Like I have no idea what was going on. It was fun watching people do it. It was less fun when it ends because more or less they ran out of money, right? But the people that I went with said like, you know, they put a cap on how much entertainment they would get. So like $30, win or lose, that $30 is for the entertainment of experiencing it. And sure enough, it's one of those things that I personally don't have direct experience, but it was as close to the experience as possible. Have you tried pachinko slots? You don't need to go all the way overseas for that. I still don't really know how pachinko slots work either. Like, what's the difference between a pachinko slot and like a casino slot machine?
あら、それは考えてもみませんでしたわ。私、パチスロってやったことありませんの。
Okay. Really? We should try them at least once. I think you'll still be able to enjoy the experience of playing a casino slot game. So, I'm guessing the closest thing, the Yakuza Like a Dragon are pachinko slots. But I have no idea how they differ from casino slot games.
はい。今度早速行ってみますわ。
Maybe it's the currency that they use? Perhaps like it uses a virtual currency and is more like a ticket system so that it prevents from wildly losing out like big money and stuff. Perhaps that's why it's a little bit more acceptable to keep pachinko slots and not casino slots. It could be the danger of losing money. I'm not sure. Because pachinko slots strike to me as more closer to a bridge between the arcade and the casino. And then in the middle, you have pachinko. Just don't get hooked on them, yeah. Oh, we can ask the risque stuff. Oh no, we're not at the risque stuff yet. Weaknesses, strengths, and best features? Worst traits, special skill, or quirks. Interesting. What are your worst traits?
あら、嫌なことを聞きますのね。
What's so awful about asking that?
Yeah.
Hey now, I was just curious. I think it's good to think about that sort of thing every now and then.
そうね。私、女にしては背が高すぎるんじゃないかと思うんですの。
Yeah, this is what I thought about. Like, that's privilege right there. That's what happens when you're too privileged. You can't see flaws, or you can't see things that you want to improve. Yeah, well, how tall are you anyway?
170ちょうどですわ。
170 centimeters is quite tall for me, anyways. Like, compared to me. That is tall, but your body proportions are great, so I wouldn't worry. Maybe they're too good. You're like a model or an actress.
あら、本当に？お世辞が上手ね。
Smooth. No, I really mean it. I love walking next to a tall beauty like you. I don't know how tall Shinada is. I don't remember.
品田さんはご結婚されてませんの？
Imagine breaking out that question.
いや
No, not yet.
それはどうしてですの？何か理由でもおありなのかしら？
Why not, you ask?
したくてもできない方もいらっしゃるでしょ？お金がないとかそういう理由で。
I don't want to get...
さあね
That's probably more true for Shinada. If there was someone I considered marrying, I'd already be married.
それじゃあ結婚する気はあるんですの？
あ
Hey, I want to be happy just as much as the next guy. If someone likes me for who I am, I'd marry her for sure. We know. Shinada wants to give... He's open to marriage.
あら、なかなか情熱的ですのね。でも勢いで結婚するのは良くないと思いますわ。
It's low success to rush into a marriage, but it's not unheard of. So, for better or for worse, for good or bad, just the marriage can be appropriate regardless if it's rushed or not. Just gotta read the room. Yeah, but I've never been one to think stuff through.
私もそろそろ結婚考えたいところなんですけど、パートナーが見つからないですよね。
それじゃ
Lovers wanted, huh?
そうですね。でも男性の方からお声がかかるのを待っているというより、私の方から探しているといった感じなんですの。
That's a you problem, but fair enough.
私、自分に釣り合う男性とじゃないとお付き合いしたくありませんの。
That is also a you problem.
あそっか
Just don't rush it. You never know when you might meet that special someone. I'm sure the right guy will show up eventually. I wouldn't say that last line. I would be... If the circumstances meet, perhaps lowering your standards and all that other stuff can play a role. But based on what she just shared, incredibly unlikely that she'll probably be alone for quite some time. Wait, why did she share her height in centimeters? I assumed that they could use feet to cater to American people. That's true. This game has always been in the metric system. But in case you're wondering, American people do use the metric system. So, like, it's still very appropriate. They just use centimeters. They could include both. That would be an American thing. Like, that's a misconception. Like, like, for example, in a typical conversation, certainly we'll use feet. But when you're measuring something, you could use, it's both in feet and centimeters. Or, like, it's both metric and English. Like, when you're gonna rattle off your exact height. But they could translate it. I would say that's definitely an arguable thing. But she's Japanese, so I think for RGG standards, going centimeters would communicate the correct Japanese thing. I don't think Japanese has an English unit thing. No, I don't think so. They do have a non-metric. They do have some non-metric units. Yeah, no, but I mean, she's Japanese. So RGG tends to stick with the portrayal of the character, right? And here's the catch. In Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I have no qualms thinking that they're going to talk in the non-metric system every once in a while. If height and stuff comes up. So we'll see. I'm kind of excited. I'm really excited because culturally, even measuring systems and whatnot have different perspectives. But generally speaking, like The reason why I say this is because it's very rare nowadays, or at least for myself, to not see in both. In both the systems. And as a person that is multicultural, right? Knowing only one system means you are less skilled. That's just it. So I think in general it would be kind of cool for them to include both. But yeah, 170 centimeters, that's kind of tall, but I don't know how long. I mean, how long? I don't know how tall Shinada is though. She might be taller than Shinada.
そんなにのんびり待ってたらおばあさんになってしまいますわ。
There are some fun stuff about having two measuring systems. There are certain things that there are very specific cases where they people use measurements the way I use measurements most of the time, and that's when it's most appropriate. So for example, 170 centimeters is knowing 3 digits more complicated than knowing 2 digits, or is a round number easily more memorable than a non-round number, or an integer is better than a fractional number. So for example, for me, in terms of height, I often use centimeters because feet and inches are 2 units, and you have to convert 2 units within the same unit. So just using centimeters is, I prefer to remember 3-digit measurements than 2-unit single digits, but sometimes triple digits. So like 5 feet 11 inches, right? That's 3 digits and 2 units to remember. So I go generally the more convenient route and just remember one number with 1 unit. Another great example is going between degrees Celsius and degrees Fahrenheit, depending on what you're talking about. And actually Americans do go between those two quite conveniently because it's easier to remember 0 degrees Celsius and 100 degrees Celsius significance than 292 degrees Fahrenheit, I think. And then it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit for freezing. I really don't know the boiling temp in Fahrenheit. It's like 290 or something like that. It's a really number that's difficult to remember. But 32 degrees, I happen to know 32 degrees Fahrenheit, but generally I would use 0 degrees Celsius. So when you talk to an American, a lot of times the phrase is below 0, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's freezing, it's below 0. I think often it's misunderstood, or it's not quite clear when people talk about, they're talking about being freezing, which is below 0 degrees Celsius. But sometimes in the extreme case, no, they actually use below 0. Sub-zero, if you're talking about Fahrenheit, it's not 0 yet. When you go into sub-zero, a lot, and I was just about to get to that actually. It's out of convenience. So when it gets really, really cold, and they say it's freezing and it's sub-zero temperatures, they typically are referring to the Fahrenheit scale, which is really cold. It's sub-zero cold. But when it's below 0, they're often just talking about freezing. So that's below 0 degrees Celsius, which is less cold than sub-zero. Yeah, so that creates the confusion, right? Like, oh no, now we're all confused. It's like, yeah, because you have to know more things. when you have to know more things, you have to be a little bit more smart, right? So we all typically, the hot take here is you know more systems, but typically it gets more complicated because you only know the systems out of convenience. What is the major argument against the English system? Metric system is easier overall. It's like, well, it's only easier because you only use that system. So in order to bridge, if you're an intellectual and you want to be mutually respectful in an intellectual conversation, you have to understand that if you're using a system and you're always using that system, it is always going to be easier than a system you don't use. But it doesn't make you smarter. Using more systems actually make you smarter. But it gets harder. Harder things make you smarter, not easier things. So effectively, what I'm saying is I actually do the stupid thing. I do the easier thing. I choose numbers that are easier to remember. And it makes it harder for me to remember the more information. It actually makes it worse. I train less in understanding what the boiling temperature of Fahrenheit is, because I choose to make the easier choice, which is 100 degrees Celsius. So whenever you're cooking, like you're really skilled at cooking and stuff, I only talk in Celsius because I'm incapable and too lazy to understand what it is in Fahrenheit. The thing I do, though, that I still do, is I can at least convert them. The relationship, like the equation, right? The equation relationship between Celsius and Fahrenheit, I guesstimate based on that. The same way I do the centimeters to feet and inches. In fact, I'm so lazy most of the time, I just remember how many inches. I don't even bother with feet. Because when I'm talking to someone, they can easily convert the inches to feet. Because I equate inches to centimeters so that the inches and centimeters are relatively the same number of digits. And I have to convert it to feet when someone wants it in feet. So I'm getting more efficient at doing things, but it makes you dumber. Like what I mean by dumber is it makes you very more specific. You end up learning less over time, and that's fair. Like but the irony here is the weirdest contrast here psychologically is that using the metric system is the smart way of doing things. It's the efficient way of doing things. Is it correct way of doing things? And I mean, correct is subjective. So it's okay to say something like 82 inches, and so yeah, I prefer. I can imagine 82 inches. 6 feet. I can imagine that too, but I prefer. Well, no. But you picked an even number, right? I'm gonna tell you now. Most people don't round to the nearest feet. So you literally picked the thing that most people won't have. They would probably say like 6 feet 1 inch. And I would prefer them to just say 83 inches. If you know what I mean. So that you don't have to worry about how many inches are in a feet and how many feet are in inches. Like you don't have to convert multiple times. So if you say 83 inches, it's simpler than saying 6 feet and 1 inch to me personally. And that's kind of like centimeters. You don't tell someone in, like, the nice thing about the metric system is you don't break it up into two forms of measure, right? Like for example, you could choose to say 17.0 decimeters if you wanted. Wait, is it decimeter? It's decimeter, right? Hold on. Hold on. That hold on. You see, that's what I mean by yeah. But it's decimeter, yeah. Yeah, so this is what I mean by you get dumber. Like you get less knowledge over time. You practice less things. And so yes, it's an unnecessary extra layer, but it's also practicing something extra. Now you might think, why do you feel like it's unnecessary? It's because there isn't a task requiring of it yet. Now let's frame it differently. Let's put some more perspective on it. If you're talking to an American, it becomes a necessary extra layer. And because you didn't practice what you think was unnecessary, you are literally less charismatic and less worldly, less cultured to an American. You see what I mean? Like what I mean is it's unnecessary now, but I'm telling you that my flaw is I'm lazy. My flaw is I like to be efficient, because ultimately things are unnecessary based on what I think is necessary. But the thing that makes someone really worldly, if you consider yourself an intellectual and you're like very cultured, you're constantly thinking it's always necessary to learn more instead of losing that information. So now I can't, like, now I have problems, you know, that I wouldn't normally have if I went through the extra effort, right? So it comes down to, in the end, the true intellectual would be enamored by the extra steps, because the extra steps practices things that you don't know you need yet. It goes the same with conversationalism. It's like the conversing thing. A lot of people say things like, what's the point of apologizing? Or what's the point of being indirect? Like, to me, if you be direct, that's the only way you should speak all the time. It's like, what if your boss, the guy paying your paycheck, the billionaire that wants to hire you, is an indirect person? Well, I go find another job. It's like, you got it. See ya. But it also means that you lack the skill to talk to someone that's indirect. It's the same as trying to understand the Japanese culture from an American perspective. It's the same as anyone who's talking outside of the thing. It's unnecessary. So you don't practice that skill. And you will be unskilled at it. And that's kind of like a bigger arching digression. And I feel yesterday's digression about talking the talk and walking the walk, there's so much emphasis on walking the walk that talking the talk is an unnecessary extra step. You've heard this before. It's like, oh yeah, don't worry about telling me this. And I've done this too. These people, like, you don't have to tell me you're nice, just show me you're nice. What does that do? Well, in the future, when you can't show someone that you're nice, you won't be able to tell them and convince them that you're nice. You no longer have that skill. You did not practice it. You don't think it's necessary anymore. My biggest gripe to that, and I do this sometimes too, and to me, it's like the American culture that's speaking out of me. It's kind of like a Freudian slip, if you believe in Freudian psychology, where I would say I would de-emphasize the need to be able to explain something. So, for example, oh man, that guy's acting really nice. They must be nice. It's like, well, if they're acting nice, do they know why they're nice? Like, are they processing why they're nice? Because in order to explain that to someone, you have to be able to speak it in the first place. So if they're so reliant on showing something, they can't possibly they can't possibly explain it very well because they're spending more time showing it. A great example is a really good gamer, and this really good gamer wants to help his or her friends, you know, etc., get better at the game. They spend more time practicing the game than talking about the game. A person who spends more time talking about the game is more likely to be successful even though they're worse at the game, literally. And that's the differentiation between the teacher and a practitioner. And here's another big thing, and I personally, I'm gonna be more of an American bent to this. The idea that a teacher is someone who wasn't good enough to make it, versus a professional who made it. But guess what? No one is focusing on the idea that the professional sucks at teaching, because they don't spend time teaching. They spend the time performing. If you take the same person and clone them, and they decide to spend disproportionate amount of time explaining things and talking the talk instead of walking the walk, they will be better at talking the talk than walking the walk. So now we're not even comparing two different people. We're talking about the same person who choose two different paths. And in this landscape, and still today, there's an emphasis on the value of a performer over the value of someone who's passing on knowledge. And I say it that way because teacher tends to be like referring to school and stuff, but it's not just school, it's any skill. It's a craftsman teaching their pupil. It's a master martial artist instructing, you know, their new class. It's a stranger consoling someone who's depressed. You can be depressed, you can form thick skin, you can recover from depression. It doesn't make you a great therapist. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between someone who recovers from depression and has a skill practicing helping people with depression. I mean, it's one of those things, like, it's really counterintuitive, but when someone solves a problem and you see that they solve the problem, it doesn't make them an expert at solving that problem. You have to be aware if they are committed to practicing how to explain that. Without that skill, you're barking up a tree that won't give you an adequate response. I was trying to get to the perspective you were describing. I wouldn't even think about it because 6 feet 1 inch doesn't feel like an extra layer to me. Not sure how I process that though. Haven't really. Yeah, it's 2 units. Don't know much about France. I think I remember something about it. Didn't really study him. The what? I that was too. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I don't know when that was it. I think it was dealing with Sub-Zero? No, it wasn't my comment with Sub-Zero, right? Yeah, well, in the end, like, if I had to refocus, it just comes down to, like, how much you're willing to remember, right? I don't really... I say there are many things I cut corners with, and I no longer am good at them. like or even decent at them. And one of them is definitely measurements, like how many fluid ounces are in a bottle. I'm And this is made worse because bottles are different sizes. Yeah, so am I good at math? That's a weird question that I haven't considered. What do you mean by good at math? Like, how do you measure it? That's a genuine question. I'm not entirely sure. Are you talking about mathematical concepts? Like abstraction of math? Because if you're talking about grades, the answer is yes. Like how comfortable you're using abstract models and applying them, yeah. That would be pretty on point. Because abstraction of like that is how I view the universe. Like I use mathematical models as a way to view the universe. So like for example, playing video games deal with mathematical models. Whether they're rudimentary or not, typically when you're thinking about game theory and stuff, you're using abstraction of models, like the probabilistic states and stuff. So whenever I'm talking about like how do I improve something, I'm thinking of it from a mathematical perspective most of the time. Likelihoods, you know, combinations, permutations. When you're thinking about dialogue webs, I'm thinking about how many permutations the dialogue webs have. When I'm thinking about completing Yakuza 5, what is the highest statistical probability of lining up certain events so that I do that instead? It creates a lifestyle that increases efficiency. It doesn't really make you more cultured, but it does increase your efficiency. Being good at math is that impression. So we're not talking about someone who remembers all the digits of pi. That's memorization. And we're not talking about people who can present an operation very rapidly, like add numbers rapidly, multiply very large numbers, create the operations of, I don't know, like what's 3,937 divided by 6, and then you have all these shortcuts to make yourself efficient on creating that operation. Instead, it's more like, how would you view the distribution of Japanese opinions based on converging evidence of their perspective on Americans' laid-back culture? So where you start? Well, first you need some sampling here, and then how does that weigh the distribution, right? Like you're asking like, well, how much sample size do you need to offer convincing evidence, right? And you can still abstract that even further, like to conversations. How many affirmative responses do you need in a line of inquiry to feel compelled to agree with someone? Or what is the statistical likelihood that you say 3 things negative and then follow up of a positive? Like how frequent is that successful in a line of questioning? Or there are many ways to abstractly view the world mathematically, that kind of thing. Like the rules of 3, the propensity of 7 objects. There's so many things. It's such a deep cut. But I do like to view the world in mathematical terms. It helps me grasp things. It allows me to control things a lot more. Yes, calculation speed is iteration. So like the calculation thing, but we have to keep in mind that the vast majority of people, whether normalized or intuitively or naively, equate speed to aptitude. Like abstraction is independent of speed. Abstraction has no standardized things. Abstraction is a higher level cognitive function, right? Speed tends to be the repetition of something that doesn't require higher level function. It is so optimized that it becomes automated, right? It becomes reproducible and consistent. Abstraction is not quite consistent. When you apply an abstract model mathematically to another person's abstract model of the same phenomena, it's going to be slightly different. So, the downside of where I'm going is I don't necessarily say that I am good at math. I'm good at abstraction. And abstraction includes mathematical models. So, for someone to be genuinely great at hard, I'm going to put in really big quotes, hard concepts, the hardness comes from abstraction. Because one thing that humans are blessed with, in my opinion, they are blessed with the ability of abstraction. It's the highest level of complexity that a human being can express. And many of the stuff that are hard to reproduce consistently are the last frontiers for like things like AI and stuff, right? Art, music, subjective things. With the big asterisk on subjective things, they have to be abstracted subjective things. So for example, if you say you like the way this lady looks, right? If you like the way this lady looks, can you abstractly convince someone why this lady looks good? If you don't do that, then you're superficially at the gym and not the school moment. You're at the gym. Because what you're doing is you're saying this lady looks nice because that's what you've been doing for the most of your life. Like, this looks nice. This looks not so great. This looks all right. And that's talking the talk. I'm going to go whip it back to yesterday's digression. That's talking the talk. You are relying on intuition. And intuition is also a great human condition. Because it's easy, it's efficient, it's very fast. And also, humans are great at intuition. So it cuts a lot of corners. But the moment I ask you, what is the quality breakdown in abstraction of the word like that qualifies this face being pleasing to you? What is the sample size you need? So here comes the math again. How many sample size of faces of character models with this graphical engine or the extent of this developer's stylistic choice do you need to convince yourself to create a model in which you can accurately predict that you'll like the face? So for example, with the understanding of the abstraction of your subjective evaluation of this face, can you produce an ideal face, theoretically, to your eyes? And that's kind of what AI and like people in the arts, but also have a great abstraction, is thinking about. And there are careers that involve that. An underappreciated career is advertisement. There is a huge gap between people who are just mediocre at advertisement, and then there are incredible people at advertisement. There's a reason why YouTube, Google, and Apple and stuff are, it's not just necessarily the literal hardware. It's understanding psychology in an abstracted, almost mathematical way. Business itself is an abstraction of mathematics and psychology. It's an integration between those two. And we're kind of at like a bleeding edge with automated processes like AI and machine learning to produce products that would inherently take advantage of all these like interconnected variables. I've just lost my train of thought, but in the end of the day, it comes down to I don't want to detract from just math, but I think being good at math, the abstraction of math, is a telltale sign of a person who's probably good at a lot of things. And what I mean by good at a lot of things, a good at a lot of abstracting things, like critical thinking is one of the skills that I would say is lower than abstraction. So abstraction is the king, and below it there are various skills that are largely common to people who don't have a lot of problems that they can't solve. And one of the properties is critical thinking. If critical thinking is whatever it is, right? It's abstract. It's an abstract concept. Like, how good is someone's critical thinking? It's very abstract. It's very hard to quantify. So it's one of those nebulous things where, if you're a teacher, your greatest goal, in my opinion, my end game, if I was a teacher, is to imbue each student with the ability to maximize their critical thinking. If they can somehow demonstrate that to me, and it's really hard to conceptualize, like, how do I measure a student's level of critical thinking? I don't. I try as much as I can within the year I have them in my class to test as many things as I can to gauge their critical thinking. And if it's satisfactory, I know, to me, that with that critical thinking skills, they have the capacity to learn and solve problems regardless of the difficulty of the task. I wonder if there's a correlation between being good at abstract thinking and being good at video games, for example, or is it similar to being street smart rather? Ooh, that's a tough one. I thought about it before. Actually, this was in college, like I have to like think of how many years ago. 2010, 13 years ago. For psychology, I thought about looking into that, but there was not enough, like, you can't data mine those things 12 years ago. But it would be interesting. It's a thing you can probably get depending on how much information you can like gather, right? Unless you're privileged to that, you can probably draw some pretty strong corollary studies between the level of aptitude in abstract thinking, because there's a lot of models to test the degree of someone's abstract thinking, and then there is a lot of tracked data on video games that they would or not play, right? Like you can gather some gross data. It's video game data is tracked all the time, but you would have to see if you can get enough data from their aptitude. So how do you measure abstract thinking? Often you can gather a bunch of converging evidence. One would be like their educational background would be a converging evidence. How they scored in school, that might be available, I don't know. Or the easiest access would be their highest level of education. You can use that as a variable. And then IQ tests, you could get them to maybe do a voluntary IQ test where they have done a voluntary IQ test. You could even do a personality test that doesn't seem like it's measuring abstract thinking, but what you're trying to do is you're piling up as many variables as possible to measure abstract thinking. Then you can probably pit it against as much video game data you can get from them, and maybe you can glean something. When that all has to feed into some, I wouldn't do it manually. I would probably get it to bootstrap somehow. You'll probably have to reduce all the variables into brackets, like bin them, basically bin them on qualifications, then further bin them into like single language so that you can just like get like a, I don't know, program a JavaScript or Java to just run loops through them. But even if that correlates, there's so much nuance, it could probably take a decade to... Oh, it is. Oh, well, actually, the thing is, the idea that you're talking about is not something that isn't being done. And what I mean by that is, it's not decades. It's not a decade. It's like technology. These questions have existed for a really long time, like a very long time, in some way, shape, or form. Like the what we're trying to get out of it, like the answer, like the meaning of the study, is been around for a while. And yeah, it could be worth. It's, yeah, I mean, for most parts, if you're asking someone like me, it's always worth. There are very few things, because knowledge, this is such a cliche, but knowledge is power, whether it's necessary or not necessary. The downside to that is you don't know its value, and you may never live. You may end up not living long enough to see the value in the information. So worthiness, like how much is worth, is often measured by someone's lifetime. But generally speaking, when it comes to really big scale questions that you want to answer, you're thinking about something beyond your lifetime, beyond your perspective. So it's difficult to measure worth when you're at a level of abstraction. That's what I would describe basic science. Basic science is about being as diligent and all-encompassing in terms of your ability to capture information. But that information is inherently, in good faith, worth something at some point, at some time that you may never witness. Like there's a chance you'll never see it. You'll never see the application of anything you've discovered. It goes beyond your lifetime. And generally speaking, that's probably more the norm than the reality. As in, if you're a basic researcher, you probably have inadvertently noted, discovered, and quantified more information that doesn't have value than it does for your lifetime, because your perspective and your scope can't go beyond your lifetime. And that's the crux of science, in my opinion. That's the diminished return in... It's one of like a super unfortunate poeticness of science in general. You do not live long enough often to see what you have contributed, if you are to go in that route. And these questions that you ask, they would likely have been started by people well before our time. Like these questions have probably been asked over and over again every new generation, because it's iterative. Like, oh, now can we tell if abstract thinking is linked to the enjoyment of abstraction in video games, right? And all that, like it probably iterated even before video games, like when you're playing games before video games, when you're solving puzzles before puzzles were turned into a conception of a video game. And that's really cool if you think about it. It also makes it feel sometimes, if you're like a person who's asking these questions and trying to solve these questions, it does make you feel very small. And that can create nihilism. And nihilism is a very dangerous thing to a human's health, especially mental state. You make it feel like, man, I would love to know the answers to these things, but I probably would never find the answer ever again. So that's what you illustrated there, where like it would probably have too much nuances that it'll probably take decades to sort out a significant conclusion. And typically corollary studies, I'm gonna say most conclusions are significant, whether we know it or not. The idea that a conclusion can be inaccurate is information you can use to inform something else. So the inaccurateness of a conclusion can inform on how little we know or what we don't know about the conclusion that it was made. So it's still informative. So when it comes to significance, since we can't know whether it's necessary or unnecessary, you operate on the idea that whatever you learn is significant, even if you can't appreciate it yet. And that's abstract thinking, in my opinion. Like, if you are constantly thinking about the pragmatic application of what you're learning now, you are less likely to be an abstract thinker. Abstract thinkers tend to not necessarily conform themselves to what they know. It's more about thinking about what it could be. Like, I'm gonna record this because I don't know it yet, but maybe I'll have an idea down the line that will be useful. So that type of thing encourages the person to constantly learn more. Like, it's never like, I don't like this, it's not worth my time. It's, I can probably make it worth my time. So in terms of like personality, like when I talked about the whole personality trait and stuff, there's a higher, and there are some correlations when it comes to like personality traits and the type of thinker they are. And that's kind of one of them, like one of the behavioral aspects. When someone thinks about how useful it can be now versus how you can make it useful anytime. So why am I having this conversation now? Often you would say, a pragmatist would say, I'm having this conversation now because I'm addressing a problem I have right now. Add an extra layer. An abstract thinker would be someone like, okay, I'm going to solve this problem now by talking about this, right? As best as I can. But what other purpose, what other things could I possibly turn this into for later? So a good an example is I'm very socially anxious. I mean, I could get a job that doesn't involve talking. That solves my problem. It's like, well, yes, pragmatically speaking, it will solve your problem if you have social anxiety talking to someone and you just get a job that avoids it. But what if you didn't and you learned how to talk? Is it only because it's not worth it because there's an option to avoid it? Or can you use it in a way that it doesn't create social anxiousness? Is it not worth because you're only socially anxious now? That's abstraction. because you can't see what's going to happen. But you're operating on the idea that it can happen or it could happen. So you're always motivated to do the thing. And then that's kind of bleeds into like street smarts versus book smart. I personally do not. I think that's a little bit archaic now too. As in like, it used to be that street smarts mean doing, like walking the walk again. It's about walking the walk. The more experience you have, the more intelligent, like their experience can trump book smarts. But in the end of the day, an abstract thinker would say both. You have to do things that maximize both your experience and taking advantage of that experience theoretically. So for me, it's been a really long time since someone has ever asked me, is it worth doing something? And I say, no, it's not. Because I spend most of my time thinking how it can be worth. Not how it is now. Like, what I mean is, if someone told me, you should learn how to ride a bike. And I'm like, well, I have no use for a bike right now. So the obvious pragmatic answer would be, it's not worth. It's like, well, how can I make it worth? It's like, are you going to ride a bike? You're going to ride a bike. Okay, well, yeah, that's a good condition for me to make it worth. So yeah, it is definitely worth. But I don't have to tell that person that. I don't have to tell the person like, oh, you're the reason I ride a bike. I just made it so that it's worth to me. I can abstractly think of things that'll make me do anything. But the idea is there's a danger to that, right? So it's not like I'm not always doing that. Because there's pragmatism. When you become pragmatic, you become more objective. You don't end up fully being like, oh well, if it's always worth, then it's always worth skydiving. It's always worth risking your life. Like, well then, yeah. So I think there still is a balance. Like, I don't think abstract thinking is like the king, like where you always have to look on a bright side. You can always think outside of a box. You have to think inside the box too. So it's kind of ironic, but I don't think it takes an abstract thinker necessarily to think that the more things you do, the more dynamic you become. The trade-off is the more things you do, the more conflicted you become. It becomes overwhelming after a point. So pragmatism, being pragmatic and being efficient, is the counter to that, is to reduce the volume to a manageable state. If you, one of the other hallmarks of a healthy individual is being able to juggle your sensory overload, like being overwhelmed. So even the greatest minds, right, struggle with managing what's going through their mind. It's I often call that mania. Mania leads to depression. Basically, some of the most brilliant minds ever to grace human history often feels unaccomplished by the time they die. Like, by the time they pass, they know that there's just so much more, but it's the regulation of that. I don't know if it's you could say there was a biological driver or a conditioning or like social pressure for them to perform, but ultimately being able to regulate that is great. So to me, I'm not saying don't focus on being a straightforward thinker. There's a time and place, and it helps you maintain semblance of control. So there's great wonderfulness in doing things you know you can do very rapidly and very well. There's also the benefit, like pros and cons, right? So going all the way back to where this started, I don't even know how we it started with SI units. I'm gonna here's the hot take. Whenever we talk about units, perspective, cultural differences, I think of everything I just said. Every single time. Like almost every single time. It's so difficult for me to not go down this line of thinking. So when someone tells me that this is the right way, my immediate thought past all these is that I hope the wrong way doesn't come up for them. That's my thought. Like, I'm usually thinking of all the possibilities where this person can succeed, as opposed to all the possibilities where this person can fail, usually, because I'm more like a positive forward person. But that also means I'm not great at looking at the worst case scenarios. But when someone says, I only do this, my only concern is what else they didn't do. Or what they didn't consider. Because I'm looking out for that. I don't have to assure you. Like, I trust you. I trust people when they say, I'm really good at this. It's like, okay, I trust you. Now I hope that whatever you're good at, you're not sacrificing something you're not good at, and it becomes a problem. So when someone says, oh yeah, you know, us in the real world use the metric system, my first thought is, good luck on a platform dominated by Americans. It might not be true for the soon, right? Like it could change for absolutely, but right now, statistically, the likelihood of you entering a conversation, a conflict about the metric system is relatively high. And to me, I hope your life does not struggle with that. I hope your self-esteem and your impression of the internet is not marred by the highly statistical likelihood that you will enter a non-verbal confrontation with someone else. So when I mean non-verbal, I mean when someone makes that comment, they themselves do not know that they might have alienated all their opportunities to get to know the American culture. For better or for worse, my likelihood is I hope you stay in your country, right? A place where you don't have to use that skill at all and flourish and succeed. But if you're on the internet and you're on an American platform, right? The idea is I like to point these out to you. Like, I hope that you don't get upset when you feel like you're getting ganged up on, because you're on an American platform. And that's kind of the thing. Like I don't like seeing people being upset. And a lot of times they're upset because they're placing themselves in a situation that they couldn't have imagined that makes it appropriate for the skill that they thought was not worth. I just got disappointed 2 days ago with an acquaintance of mine who said that there's no merit to playing video games that deal with dating. Like, to me, I hold it very true that that's super telling about that person. And I hope, like, they know that these things serve a lot of merit. Like, there's a lot of things you can gather from it. But I hope that's not the thing that they're insufficient in. I know I'm using the hope word a lot because now I'm dealing with probability. So is this conversation worth having? To me, it's worth having. Like, the value is created by your ability to abstractly think how valuable it can be. And because you yourself can't live long enough to see all the possibilities. So one day, you're gonna end up like me, where every time you play a video game, you have something to say about that moment. Like, I'm crafting stories. I'm remembering stories because I make them important to me. So like this moment, I'm going to remember this character Shion because we're gonna have this conversation. And that's kind of the thing. Like, superficially, you could always just write it off. It's really exhausting. So you have to gauge how often you want to do it. But if you always feel like I like this part. Here's one of the GOAT things that I feel like it's a bit counterintuitive. I live by this personally, but I don't know if it's true for a lot of people who have perhaps a bit of compulsive disorder, like, or maybe a strong compulsion. But you know, you're a great thinker, in my opinion, when one day you have so much to say about something that you don't need to feel the need to say it. Now, this is a little bit different from the negative spin on this thing where if you don't know, don't open your mouth and prove that, right? Like that's usually the euphemism. Like, oh yeah, like you can't know everything, so always be on the safe side and think before you speak. But here's the GOAT about something. A lot of times, people who have a lot to say tend to want to say it, but there's like an end game to it, in my opinion. Sometimes you can get to a point where you know so much about the thing, you get very comfortable in not saying anything at all. But you know enough that you say, I will have something to say about this. So if anyone wants to talk to me about something, I feel very confident, like that confidence in knowing that I have something to say about it makes you feel very comfortable with any topic. So when it comes to like things like, are you good at math? Well, I don't need to know that I'm good at math. I can at least talk about math enough to give someone impression that I'm competent in math. That's all. That's all that's necessary, in my opinion. And I'm making it sound simple, but that's also acknowledging that I've been in this kind of state of mind for a really long time. So it's hard for me sometimes to imagine it being difficult anymore. So when someone asks me a question, I can choose to give them the long version, the short version, but I at least know that I'm confident enough that I've thought about this enough, like the abstraction, right? Enough that it's, yeah, you don't really need to say anything. That's interesting because I thought of it as a personality trait rather than something that correlates with how much you have to say on the discussed topic. The insecurity, the need, the compulsory to chime in or not chime in on things and talk about things. Yeah, that's fair. For a while I compartmentalized those things. So like personality traits, what they can do, knowledge of the topic, and then like it's nice to like compartmentalize them, but in the end of the day, you have to put them back together. So how much of our personality traits enable us to know things about a discussed topic? So instead of thinking, what kind of personality traits? Being more observant. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Let's just say, yeah, this is gonna be our digression for today, but let's just say if we can break them apart. Let's see if we can break them apart, right? I can't really do that, so I'm gonna try to make a compelling case how they're connected instead. So, since we are human being, and we are pretty, I think with some practice, you can compartmentalize things pretty easily. But one of the things is, can you truly compartmentalize personality traits from any of your motivations? Because at the core, your inherent nature to know, say, participate, or observe is pivotal and resting on motivation. Like the need, like the desire to observe anything or to do anything. Like at the very top, curiosity is probably at the top, but I would say motivation is probably above curiosity. The motivation to do anything, the motivation to be curious. All those you could say are personality traits. So say like a personality trait is actually, I don't think that's a personality trait. Most of the time it's like what do they say? Like intellect. I have no idea anymore, like what the popular personality traits, but I'm thinking above it. So what I'm saying is I'm generalizing even more, I guess, and it's a dangerous thing to do, but I'm thinking of the thing that connects most of them as opposed to what separates them. So personality traits tend to be exclusive things. Like here are the 5 things that do not overlap with each other that composes a human being. But what I'm thinking of is what to maximize those personality traits. What is the one thing that connects all of them? So one of them is motivation. Like how do you get yourself to be motivated irregardless of your personality trait? So the personality trait that we're thinking of is how to get yourself involved, right? Is that a personality trait? Like, is motivation a personality trait? I think most of the things motivation feeds into most of the personality traits. So like if you're really observant, you're motivated to be observant. How do you motivate yourself to be observant? You have different personalities. How do you motivate the different personalities to be observant? So for me, I do abstract thinking. Like I figure out, like, for me, banking information makes me feel safe. Maybe someone else is like, I don't need to know a lot of things. It makes me nervous. So how do you maximize that? How do you motivate the person to learn when they're in that state? So that's kind of like what I'm saying is that personality traits tend to be independent of what I'm saying, but it can correlate to how much people want to say on the discuss. It's really, I'm like ranting now because it's too complicated for me to understand. I boil it down to something simpler because I can't understand it. So I don't understand, like, for example, one of the weaknesses of what I'm saying is I do not understand how personality traits correlate to how observant someone is, for example, because it's too complicated. So instead, I decide what can motivate someone to be observant. And then that someone has different properties. Is my motivation applicable to enough people? And then I say those things. So one thing I can say about that thought is that if you can find value in most situations, you are likely to be observant, irregardless of your personality trait. Everybody is going to independently have personality traits. But if they have the ability to find value, you know, like them, the person with the differing personality, find value, they will naturally and inherently be observant. So does that mean that the personality trait is correlated to observations? Probably to some extent, because the process of how they can get themselves to find value in it is probably dependent on their personality traits. So, but that means that being observant isn't necessarily bound by personality. There's personality, the process of acquiring value, then leads to observance. So you can like fill in the gaps. Like there's a leap of logic, right? And correlation is that. Correlation is not causation because often it deals with a leap of logic. You're making an assumption that people with specific personalities use certain methods in order to become observant or motivated to do something. So I'm simply trying to answer the closest upstream thing because I can't understand how personalities work. Like, it's so far removed from something. So in this case, we can take it back to the metric system. Right, we can kind of take it back to the metric system. Does it require a specific type of personality to want to know both the English unit or the metric system, right? You can make an argument that a personality that is focused on pragmatism, like knowing the least possible things in order to do all the things they want, would favor the metric system, regardless of other things like cultural normalization and all that stuff. They would pick the most efficient. That kind of turns into chicken or the egg if you put it together with a correlation. Yeah, it's too black and white. Yeah. So the chicken or the egg, that's kind of nihilism too, where like you can never know what the beginning is. What we can observe though is a correlation that's already happening. So for example, instead of concerning about how you shape the personality, you know that this person's personality came before a task. Like for example, there are things like how do we get someone to learn something new? Right? That's a situation that doesn't require the chicken or the egg thing. How do you get something to learn something new? Well, you don't know the context of whatever that new thing is. So that's what I'm kind of focused on. Like the walk the walk, talk the talk, and the metric system is how do you get someone to learn something that they cannot see a purpose for? That deals with nothing about black and white, because you don't know what the thing is. You don't know what the future holds. So how do you get someone excited about knowing something with maybe no potential at all? And I think that to me is like the GOAT in this. If you can and I honestly think to tie this in, it deals with abstract thinkers. Abstract thinkers tend to try to go beyond what's in front of them. And it is, I'm going to say, it's almost dangerously addictive. It's dangerously uncontrolled. It's mania when it's uncontrolled. So when you ask me, am I good at math? The only way I can control my mania is to ask someone else who is not an abstract thinker. Because we could be talking about it for like ever. Like it would spiral. But thankfully, and I rely a lot on the person asking the question because they provide the box that I can operate in. And even then, I still spiraled off into other discussions and whatnot. But that's kind of how I do it. In order to also remove the chicken or the egg thing. Because, like, the chicken is you, worm. I mean, like, it depends on who. Oh, man, that's kind of a rough analog. Like, it's easier to envision the egg being the container. But what I'm saying is you're offering all the conditions, right? So, to me, if you find yourself doing that most of the time, it becomes very obvious that you're the abstract thinker. So, for example, if someone asks you a full-blown question, what's your favorite Like a Dragon game? My first question would be, can you help me out here? Like, what constitutes as favorite? Like, can you explain to me how I can qualify a favorite game? And if they can't, then I do the thing that I tell them how I'm qualifying it. And hopefully that it narrows their line of thought, so that we can come to an agreement. So, for example, my classical approach would be the it depends route. Yeah. So you're every time you say it depends, you're abstract thinking. Like, so I'm not saying people are inherently bad at abstract thinking. You are looking for abstract thinking, but the thing is, you're only as abstract as all you know, right? But the nice thing about that is you are telling someone else, and their abstract thinking might be limited to what they know. So the it depends route is like the goal of it, and like how often you participate in it. But how can you use that as well? Like, one of my favorite exercises when playing video games and talking about discussions and stuff is, I don't want someone to tell me it depends. I want to challenge that person to explain to me how it doesn't depend on the like when you state the conditions. Like, I want you to practice, or like I want people to be able to practice educating me. The it depends route doesn't educate anyone. And unfortunately, it's the safe thing, like the idea that you said, it probably correlates with a lot of nuances, and it would probably take a decade to draw some sort. I absolutely agree with you. And if you say depends, I absolutely agree with you. But what are you practicing when you say that? You're not practicing talking the talk, I can tell you that. That's my whole like central theme of yesterday's digression. Like, talking the talk has become so underrated. So much. And it actually deals with everything we talked about today. Like, wanting to know why feet and inches is important to know versus centimeters. Well, you have to talk to Americans at some point, I like to think. You can choose to never talk to an American. That would be a pragmatic solution to your problem. So that's an abstraction of why it's not worth. So when when I say things that are not worth, I have to qualify it. When I ask someone, like, they say, I dislike this game. Like, I just hate this game. Oh yeah? Can you tell me why? And it would just stop there. The conversation would just stop there. It's like, well, I haven't really thought about it. I just don't like. And then at most you would have the things that are hard to abstractly describe. So they're like really abstract things, right? What's abstract? What's a abstract thing that people have poor time describing? Their feelings, or what turns them off, what Like, I mean, the whole hostess thing illustrates that. This is why I think it's not BS for dating sims and stuff. You actually get into the mind of how people are writing. Like, how do you write a compelling character? How do you not write a compelling character? Does it check out? Does it not? All those permutations keep your mind abstractly thinking about stuff, like possibilities. So, in the end, we're having this discussion because whenever I think about a character that is being displayed and being written, I'm thinking about a writer, multiple writers, writing this stuff and thinking about the same thing. Like, and it goes way, way back. Now let's just take it all the way back so we can wrap up this digression. It goes back to them choosing to say 177 centimeters versus, I don't know how many, I actually don't know how much 170 centimeter is in feet. 5.57? And then now we have to complete, that's like 7 inches? So it's like, see, you have to do 2 conversions, right? 170 into feet. So that's 5 feet. And then you have the remainder, which you have to convert to inches, which 5.58 feet is like 5 feet and 7 inches. Or something like that. I have no idea. I think that's close enough. So, like, I can't do any of that. I mean, like, I can't do that, like, right off my bat. Does that make me bad at math? It kind of does. I mean, it really actually kind of does. I don't know. I could... Yeah, this is where I can think of many counter arguments too. Right. But if I had to take a gamble, being able to convert units off the top of your head, it's an impressive show of mathematics. Understanding. It's not me. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying if you can make really fast mathematical conversions in your head, it can often give the impression that someone's good at math. I just don't. I honestly, if I had to be critical about myself, I have an underpracticed skill. And one of the underpracticed skill is remembering specific conversion units. Like, what I mean is, I don't know the universal gas constant anymore. I think I know Avogadro's number, 6.23 times 10 to the negative 23rd, or not negative 20, 10 to the 23rd. Like, I don't remember constants, and constants allow for conversions, so I don't remember any of those. And not because I'm trying to and I'm bad at it. I'm intentionally choosing not to remember constants at the exchange of understanding the concept of them. So, for example, here's a good sort of abstraction that demonstrates I'm actually kind of poor at math. I know feet is longer than centimeter. I know an inch is longer than a centimeter. That's it. That's how I get by. Like, I know relatives, and that relatives help me find the information that allows me to maybe garner a deduction. So, for example, if I meet a stranger and they told me 5 things, 4 of those things is about them out of 5. That relatively speaks to me that they're concerned about themselves. How? In what nature? That's next level. Okay? Out of the 4 things about themselves, 2 of them are negative and 2 of them are neutral. So overall, they have a negative opinion about whatever they're expressing about themselves. So I could deduce with high likelihood that they're trying to get a positive feeling from me at some point, like some sort of positive feedback. Like they're looking for something to balance that. But it doesn't guarantee that I'm correct about the deduction. Much like inches, centimeters, and feet. So I can tell if someone tells me, like, we talk in relatives. So when someone said 100 centimeters, it's like, man, that's kind of tall. I'm like, well, if I don't know what 107 centimeters are, I know that inches and feet are bigger. So their numbers are smaller, right? And then what I do is I relatively think. And usually you get by with that. And I consciously make this decision not to remember constants. And I think remembering like constants is also a way to demonstrate you're good at math. Like how many inches are in a feet, how many centimeters are. It's often dealing with memorization, which is kind of it's kind of weird. Sometimes being smart in general deals with memory. I think some of the most intelligent people in the world are easily the most charismatic. But how do you ever equate charisma with smart people? Like here's a very deep cut. Generally speaking, the type of smart people the properties that we value as smart people, those individuals do not practice a skill like conversationalism. They inherently don't have time for that, right? So when you think about what does a smart person look like, describe a smart person, I would, oh, that's such a great exercise. Like if I was a cloud, like if I had a big community, like say like 50,000 people or something, my first social experiment would be just to have everyone describe certain things. Like, tell me why it's weird that she said 107 centimeters in this situation. Actually, that's too specific. I just said weird. Tell me what your initial impressions are by this scenario, and I would be so engrossed, and I would love to see what that response is. And I think your response is great, and that's why we had this huge, gigantic conversation. It's so interesting to talk about these, and that's what video games do to me personally. Like if a video game can elicit that in people not like me, I think they hit a home run. That's what makes abstraction worth a lot. A video game is an abstraction, by the way, because it's a creative process. The product that they made is creative, is an abstraction of reality. There are some asterisks, like you could say, if someone's recreating a city, you might be thinking like, oh, but what if they just reproduce real life? That's still an abstraction. They have to figure out how to reproduce the thing digitally. So this is a great example. Like, so how valuable is the abstraction? Well, it's only as valuable as you can find value in it. And to me, if someone can find something interesting about the most, you could say debatably, the most smallest details, I have no reservations that that person will be fine. Unless they experience mania. I think that's one of the bigger asterisk, but it's so extreme. Like, I rarely do I feel that I connect to a lot of people, even at a university or something, where they can truly understand when I say you're thinking too much and it drives you insane. Like it makes you very depressed. I don't think I met someone like that too often, and it might be also that someone like that would probably not express that. Like, I wouldn't openly and go around and say like, you just said something, please, you gotta pause for 15 minutes because what you just said, I have so many thoughts, can you just pause for 15 minutes? That's kind of how I feel a lot of times. Like, and I don't necessarily think where people are on the same page when I think of that. Uh, Before, just a little bit slight story about the cons of being someone like me. I don't know how many are there, or like, I don't know if I'm special or not. I can't, I have no data on this. But when I was younger, when someone spoke something and they said it, like they said, oh yeah, you know, drinking sucks. And immediately I have like a lot of mania, right? It's just a lot of mania. I haven't drank before. Like, when I was younger, I haven't drank alcohol before. But then, you know, all these other things, it's like, why does this person say drinking sucks? It's like, hold on. But the person just keeps going, right? The person is just like, oh yeah, we're moving on because we don't think much of it. Like, it's a common accepted thing. It's like, hold on, just, and then eventually I get aggravated. Like, as a kid, I just be like, I haven't heard the next like 8 billion words just said. Like, I couldn't even process how non-specific your comment was. How could you just make that comment? So what happens is I have a temper. And what I do when I was a kid was I bottle it up. I basically never asked someone to just slow down. And instead, I blow up every once in a while. So like, when I get too many stimuli every once in a while, I was unable to keep it in, and I just break at someone, and it's usually like shouting, raising my voice and whatnot, or get angry with myself or something like that. It happens a lot. But the remedy to that, in my opinion, the thing that I rely on is I just gotta learn more. Just learn more. Learn more so that it satisfies my need to feel competent enough. Because generally speaking, I'm not angry that someone else is incompetent. I'm angry that I am not competent enough to understand why that person's incompetent. Does that sound really weird? No, I think that, yeah, that's right. So, when someone tells me that the comment, this goes back to an earlier Twitch situation, someone accused me of caring about being right. And my first response to that is, what does that have to do with why I'm angry right now? I didn't say that. My first process is like, oh yeah, well, I guess it might seem like I'm fishing for explanation, but the thing is, I really wanted that person to keep adding. So like, this person was saying something, right? They said, I don't know, male streamers are all simps, or something like that. I don't know. I'm not. It's something like really egregious, like something that is very. But my goal was like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's try to explain that. Like, how do you know? Like, can you explain that to me? And this person immediately said like, well, I don't know. Like, it's just a feeling. Like, you know, my experience tells me that. It's like, okay, can you explain these experiences? And then I went on, it's like, oh, can you also like say this and this? And then all the while I'm thinking to myself, well, it just sounds like I need to be proven, like I'm challenging them. They're getting defensive because they think that I'm suspicious, when genuinely I just want to know how they got to it. Because then if I know that, I don't need to know that anymore. I can use that. So in the future, when I bump into someone who says the exact same thing, I don't have to feel so insecure anymore. I don't have to feel like I don't understand or I'm out of the loop. And that summarizes everything. So for me, yes, I should know how much is in 170 centimeters in inches and feet. Because one day I'm gonna bump into somebody and say, man, is that tall or short? And then I'm gonna say, it's tall, obviously, and then I'm gonna be stricken with confusion because I would have forgotten like, oh wait, what is tall in feet and inches? And then what would happen is I would go through a cycle of feeling uncomfortable, feeling incompetent, and no, it's not because that person made an incompetent statement. It's because I just couldn't understand that incompetence. Even if I even think it's incompetent, it feels like I have the responsibility, in my opinion, and it's like grandstanding, it's selfish, it's a little bit narcissistic too, but it's my personality that I cope with all the time. And that's the idea that I want to understand it so that I don't have to be frustrated. But it comes off as often it comes off as that person not willing to explain it because they're not well practiced at it. That's where my focus is. For this digression, the previous digression, it's take 2 of walking the walk and talking the talk. In my happy little bubble, in my ideal world, I want to spend, this sounds so like grandiose, but I'm probably going to spend the rest of my life knowing people and trying my best to get those people to talk the talk more efficiently. Like, I love that I can see them do all these things. The people that I meet, the people that have life experiences, they've done the walking. Like, you've walked, you've gotten the experience. How can you share that with me if I want to do it? Like, how can you? Like, you can't just like fly. Well, you technically can, I guess. You could like fly across the world or find me out and then we do it literally. It's like, okay, that's fair. But in this day and age, we're connected by technology. I hope technology comes up with a solution. That'd be kind of cool, like VR or like tactility or whatever. I'm like spiraling, but it's so great that in the future, I hope that everyone just spent so much time communicating, like relying on communicating, that one day that would be the goat to circumventing misunderstanding. It would make humans circumvent the one thing that's kind of really deficient right now, and that's overcoming misunderstanding or communicating in a way that is normalized to not cultures, not like personal experiences, but just an idea, a really well practiced way of basically troubleshooting communication. When your mind starts to wander around, branching out into everything, I solve it by talking out loud through an imaginary scenario that emphasizes that. So it really is very easy for me to manage because talking through things out loud generally consumes way too much energy for me. The con is the next step is a shutdown. Still not exactly sure what you feel with mania. I don't know if it's similar. Yeah. Yes. It's close. I think that's more or less what happens. Talking out loud is a great way. Nowadays, I also write. I write a lot. Like I write in my head, I write figuratively, I write literally, I organize. So I continue to organize and over time it takes up less and less energy to organize. So when I was younger, it took up too much energy. So it just keeps taking up more energy. And it's to the point where what you do is you shut down. You shut out the world. You shut out, you block as much of it out as possible. So a very classical way for a kid who doesn't understand how to manage stress yet is listen to really, really loud music to the point it overwhelms your senses, right? Or express a form of anger that blocks everything else out. A lot of times you get the kids to like play sports or something, like run until you're really tired, or things that just completely supersedes how you can't take it anymore. Like you can't contain the mania, and mania is crippling. And I think the only difference between someone who's overwhelmed, someone who's like stress, like typical stress that's manageable, or like what I mean by typical stress is manageable stress, and mania is that mania is crippling. Mania is the point where you stop getting up. You stay in bed because there's too many thoughts. Like it just doesn't matter. Like I don't want to deal with this. Life, with the moment you wake up, all you worry, you could also have mania in the form of a panic attack. So when like your heart just raced all of a sudden and you can't catch your breath and you collapse. That's type of mania. It can be very symptomatic and incredibly crippling. Luckily for me, I don't experience mania too much. I honestly think that all I can call them now are what did I call them? Thought storms. I used to wear thought storms. They last like I had one yesterday, and that lasted about like 6 hours. So basically I didn't do anything but think about that one thing for 6 hours. Like it's just I didn't do anything. I just thought about it for 6 hours. I didn't eat. I didn't go to bath. I just, you know, that it consumed you. So that's kind of what I'm describing. It's just a really extreme thing, but I don't throw that word around loosely. But yes, talking out loud, organizing your thoughts, writing it down, playing a video game that's related to it, that's kind of therapeutic. You're basically, I don't want to use the word distract. You can choose to distract from it, but you can also actively harness it. So I'm killing with 2 birds with 1 stone because I'm converting that mania. Thanks. I'm typically converting the mania into something that's productive, or what I mean by productive is something I find productive. So if I have mania, I have ideas. And if I have ideas, I want to write them down. And when I write them down, I could use them later. And when I build on those ideas, the mania subsides. So what I mean is, if I'm having a thought storm now, I'll write most of the ideas down. And then when it happens again, I'll know more of all the ideas. So I will, in theory, I don't know it's always true. Sometimes it just leads to more questions and the mania gets worse. But overall, for me, when I write all those ideas down and I pursue all those ideas, the next time the trigger happens, I'm rehearsed. I've learned those ideas and I'm no longer concerned with them. Like, for today, I'm going to think about whether I should review or get relative measures of length. Because I truly don't really know if 170 centimeters is tall or not. To me, it's my height. It's around my height. 170 is, it's like, I'm like 174 centimeters. So is that tall or not? Well, how do I qualify what is tall? Well, whatever is tall is taller than me. So in this case, no. So if I state that, so now I have to like remember, maybe I should learn what I am in height, right? Well, it doesn't depend anymore because I already told you what it depends on, right? Worm? Like I literally just told you what it depends on. My definition of tall depends on how tall I am. And I'm greater than 170. So now we're gonna qualify that I'm telling you I'm 174 centimeters. So if it is shorter than me, it is considered short. If it's taller than me, then it's considered tall, right? If the object or person, and then when you evaluate, you have to remember that I am 174 centimeters. And all you have to do is compare to that standard. And it no longer depends on anything. Or it no longer depends on, like, depends. It depends on my height. And that's it. But then you have to ask yourself, well, now it's only relevant to this situation. Is it worth remembering that? Right? We have to go back to, like, is it worth remembering how tall I am? Well, for myself, starting today, I might consider that. It would be relatively informative to know your relative height, because then you can use it as a metric to understand what's tall or what's not. And you can say things like, I'm the moment 170 centimeter comes up, it's like, I'm 174. So I'm going to tell you now, it's not dependent on how tall you are. I'm 174, 170 is shorter than me. It's not tall. And that would be helpful. Do I want to remember it? I don't know. But the one thing is being able to express my height in centimeters is useful. That I can see. But if it's not useful, can I make it useful? Like, is there a reason I should? Well, one thing is I know people who use centimeters. So I think that's a sufficient reason to know it. 5 feet 8 inches. Yeah, 5 feet 8 inches is what I'm thinking of. That's my height, right, in the English units. And then you add 60 to 8 inches, right? Or am I doing that incorrectly? Is there 12 inches in a foot? Anyways, we're done digressing today. Let's wrap up like what the theme is. The central theme of what I'm saying in all of this is that there are things we choose not to know, and there are things that we choose to know. And you can say it depends on a lot of things, but the highest form of depends is the value system. So if you can convince yourself that there's a value to it, it doesn't depend on anything after it. And that value doesn't have to depend on something you know now. And then we'll wrap it up by relating it back to abstract thinking. Abstract thinking helps you with that, developing that motivation. And all of that goes back to yesterday's talk about talking the talk and walking the walk. Your experiences and intuition provides a lot of shortcuts. But we have to remember that those are shortcuts. Intellectually, shortcuts make one less intellectually inclined. Like, you are taking shortcuts. It's the efficient way to go about it. It's working smart, not hard. But when you work hard, you don't know if it's worth it, because you haven't seen the fruits of your labor yet, right? So if you're constantly doing something 100 times, do you know the value of doing the 100 times, or just the last time you did it? It's difficult to quantify. So to me, I would say, for my hot take, ask yourself if you can explain why you think something is the way it is to another person, then I think you probably are really, you've thought about it enough. That's all I can say. Like, it's so generic, but what I can say is the hot take is, the next time you think something is weird, or you have thought about something, I would love to hear how you explain that. It doesn't matter what that means, how that does. I think it's a great exercise most people don't do anymore, because they get the answer right away. It's like, oh, hey, it feels weird. That's as much you're going to think about it. That's it. No explanations, no necessary. And it doesn't depends, because you've already have the solution to, like, in your head. You've already come to that conclusion somehow. All right. We're going to finish this last segment and then go back to Dragon. Yakuza Like a Dragon. That was a bit of... It got really rambly because it's something I've been thinking about, but not something really well thought out yet. So what? Old people can find love too. Maybe you'll find a nice man when you're at that age. Someone to spend your pleasant twilight years with. As a recap, right now, she had a proposal from a big executive president person, and this person doesn't give her any reason that she shouldn't marry the person. Like, there's no red flags that she can think of. Although her selection criteria is pretty superficial so far. But the thing is, usually in her family, I guess, arranged marriages are pretty common. So this could create a conflict of interest with her family.
まあそれはそれで素敵ですけど、そんなに仲のいい方とならもっと若い頃から一緒に添い遂げたいですわ。
Fair enough. Would you rather marry young? Fair enough.
なるほど。
I suppose so.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
So I'm kind of curious.
品田さん、今日もありがとうございます。
Okay. So we're gonna get the first event, and then we'll probably stop at the first event for this. Kind of like yesterday. It's so this is gonna be the date, and then the date often involves an encounter with the first problem. Yeah, I started rambling like near the end somewhere because I couldn't form the loops, like the connection in time. It'll get better. My little segment on motivation Just consider it a beta test. You know, Worm? It was a beta test. It felt more of an alpha. We'll call it the alpha one of the motivation value thing. Uh-huh. She's gonna ask for a date. TV tower, okay. We'll get to know her a little bit in the stroll, the casual stroll. Wait, I'm going the opposite direction. It's east. Oh. What the? I swear she just teleported in there. Why can't I? Okay.
会いたかったわ。
Alright. Let's see. These ones are kinda hit and miss sometimes. It's a nice change of pace to stroll through town like this. I typically drive to the places I want to go. Alright. Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, not that I drive a car or anything. I'm usually just running around trying to meet deadlines. So, you don't get the opportunity to slow down and take in the sights much either. Nope. Plus, there's nothing but buildings in this part of town. The greenery of the park is kind of relaxing. It's a really nice looking park. We have a small garden at our home. The flowers aren't in bloom right now, unfortunately, but come spring it's quite lovely. Janata has an amazing garden too? What? He lives on... What? I love to see it. Single family homes with their own gardens must be nice. I'll have to show you a picture sometime. I take photos of every year so you can see the... Yeah, I mean, she's a photographer, right? So... Hey, that sounds nice. I like to see it firsthand, too. Oh my, you want to come to my house? I mean, is that an invitation? It really won't be worth your while to visit right now, though. You'll have to wait until spring. Fair enough. Oh, no big deal. It was a stupid thing for me to say anyway. That's a little bit self-deprecating. I'll be sure to bring some pictures for you to see instead. I do hope you'll like them. It ain't really the garden I'm interested in. Whoa. You kind of feel like rambling format makes it a little more accessible because it tends to be simpler language, but also probably because it's not complete yet. Yeah. There are a lot of things I say are... I don't think anything's complete, or like most of the things I say are inherently incomplete because I do feel that with more practice and rehearsal and life experience, the thing constantly changes, but there is a consistent core. And what I said in the last couple hour and a half, there were like 2 consistent cores, but I couldn't keep them at the center of my discussion. Like I couldn't. So at some point it felt like I kept like to me, I hear myself constantly introducing and talking a little bit loopy, like it's circling around, but it didn't quite feel organized in a rambling way, I guess. Like a lot of times there's some bootstrapping through it that is consistent. It's not, but you start somewhere, you know. Complicated topics start somewhere. And yeah, it becomes very approachable. It's nice to see it's a little bit more casual, right? A little more informal feeling. I agree. That's why I stream, right? As opposed to making, I don't know, a documentary or a formal class on the new age psychological model involving personality traits and learning skills or something like that. Not a formal class. And I'm doing it while playing a video game, so hopefully it is supposed to be approachable. Okay. Oh, that was it? Oh, no, okay. Oh, that's right. The other day I was walking around here and had a bit of trouble. What? Really? What happened? I came across an older woman who was lost, and so, naturally, I approached her and offered to help her find her way. Go on. But it turned out I didn't know how to get to where she was headed, and so in the end, I wasn't able to give her the directions she needed. That's a deep cut. I feel like deja vu as well. I almost feel like this conversation happened with another hostess. But real talk, it does. I can empathize with that. This is where I would chime in with my story about how people would, since I'm Asian, or like I appear Asian, right? And I know that sounds blunt, but hear me out here. I'd be walking around like campus or a city or something, and another person who's a tourist who see that I'm like kind of like the locals, they would approach me and ask me for directions. And I'd be the one to break it to them like I'm not a local. And that's kind of the feel. And it happens quite a lot. It actually, sometimes I would live in the place and it would be like I still don't know where it is. And being in a city where you stick out like a sore thumb for tourists who may likely mistaken you for an accessible way of finding directions, like another Chinese person, for example, sets you up for this a lot. But she went out of her way to, you know, see that. Usually I get approached because I usually don't feel competent enough to get involved a lot of times. It's not because I'm self-deprecating. Just it's a diffusion of responsibility though. I imagine there's another appropriate person, or that I trust that they voluntarily would approach someone if they require assistance. It's still a diffusion of responsibility though. Huh. Aren't you from here though, Shio-chan? Do you not know this neighborhood? I don't know. And it's not as if I'm from another place like you, Shinada-san. I'm a local, so it's embarrassing to not know these things. Yeah. It's so embarrassing, actually, to an extent that I do feel that's one of the underlying reasons why I don't take chances and go out of my way to challenge how potentially incompetent I am. I tend to observe enough. But if the opportunity presents itself with a high probability, I might take the risk every once in a while. But I don't usually. Unlike her. Again, I'm a nice person. I'm usually not a kind person. There are differences between being nice and being kind. You should explore more. Hey, It happens. These days, I don't think even locals know their town from top to bottom like that. Most people are probably unfamiliar with places right in their neighborhood if they usually don't have any business going there. This is the kind of the thing like where like you start becoming less and less observant because this is the thing right here. This is what we were talking about the last 2 or 3 hours, right? When you are so familiar with something, or when you choose to encounter something very regularly, but if you choose not to find value in it, then you don't know when the opportunity presents itself to use that knowledge at all. That's kind of how I feel. So if it affects the person's livelihood, which clearly it made her upset, right? And the reality is that if she feels compulsive to help others in the future, ignoring that possibility can only make her more miserable about herself. So if that's not a big deal, then yeah, certainly it's not worth. But you can't anticipate when something becomes useful. But you can anticipate sometimes if you're going to be okay with not knowing it. So when people say it's not worth remembering, I take it to mean, and I hope, I trust them to know that it doesn't become a big deal later. The irony here is more or less often they encounter, well, not irony, the coincidence. The coincidence here is they were more than likely to encounter this down the line, and they will still be fine. Like that's usually the case. But for her, if it really impacts her livelihood, and it what she just described is a common occurrence, probably a far more common occurrence. So it would behoove her to, try to find something, motivate herself to do something about it. I certainly agree, but that's no excuse to remain in a state of willful ignorance. Don't you think? Yes and no, obviously. Yes, if it impacts your health. No, if it doesn't. Because happenstance happens. In a perfect world, sure. I don't think it's realistic to know the whole city. I imagine even the police don't know it inside out. Yeah, so Shinada is painting a realistic picture, right? In using realism as opposed to idealism for it. But shouldn't we try to help for that very reason? Even if you take someone to a police box, there are probably places a policeman wouldn't know. Oh yeah, that's what Shinada just said. If it hurts you, right? Like if you're compelled to do so, by all means. But gaining perspective on how big of an impact it is on your well-being is necessary. Because for all the effort that she's gone into place in memorizing the town inside out, she might be sacrificing something else. Yeah, the cops aren't going to help a guy who's looking for some sex club, that's for sure. Janata with Jess. That's when you go to that's when you go find an info booth. That's why I think I should try my best to help people. We should all help one another. I mean, that's a blanketed statement that is largely agreeable. Very idealistic, but agreeable. I get you. A town only is as good as the people who come together to live there. I can get behind that. Ferris wheel that we can't access. This neighborhood has changed a lot, so much. Yeah, this Ferris wheel wasn't here when I first came to Nagoya. Oh. Huh. You know, the office building my father worked at when I was in high school was around here. Oh wow, really? Where does he work now? Now he, wait. Several years ago, the office was relocated to somewhere else. It's no longer in Kanecho? Okay. I see. I'm glad my job doesn't do the whole transferring thing. Though I do wish I could travel to other cities on business. He certainly is fond of his job. I sure am. It may not be what I dreamed of doing when I was a kid. It's kind of a dream come true in a totally different way. Probably not the money way. Dreams, you say? I somehow doubt my own dream is ever going to come true. Yeon-chan? Huh? What was that? Oh, is she actually like famous too? Like Kaguya-sama, where her parents are like big deals? Sounded like a paparazzo. Paparazzo. Did something happen? What is that getup? Am I chasing? What in the world was that about? What was that just now? I don't know. Nobody I know, I don't think. Did you know him, Shio-chan? No, I didn't recognize him. Maybe he was just taking photos of the scenery, and when I snapped at him, he got spooked and tucked tail. That didn't look like no scenery photography.
楽しかったわ。またね。
Waving directly in front of his face. Bro, is it time travel? I see what you did there. I see what you did with the outfit though. I got you. My grandmother in France sent me another one of her homemade Christmas cards. That's not something we really do in Japan, but I always look forward to receiving mine. You should try sending one yourself sometime. Ooh, that last one. Wish I had someone to write to. Ah, that feels so bad. Yikes. I do love these hostess stuff. So much to talk about. Alright. We'll try to squeeze in on some Japanese MSQ run on our Yakuza Like a Dragon. Alright, so we wrap it up today. I don't know what is going to be like the central topic of that. Yeah, we haven't done a digression in a while. And then now we did one back to back. Added to our pile of library pile. Alright, so we're going to change gears here quickly. I got so used to hearing that like that water sound in the background of that game